Thank you. Ready, Mr. Clerk? Okay. Good morning, members of council, staff, and members of the public. I will call this council meeting for Wednesday, December 17th to order. I would like to start today with our national anthem, and then I'm going to ask you to stay standing so that we can have a moment of reflection on what has gone on in Australia and the hate that has been generated in Bondi. If you would join me, we will do the national anthem now, please. Thank you. The region of Durham exists on lands that the Mississauga and Anishinaabeg inhabited for thousands of years prior to European colonization. These lands are the traditional and treaty territories of the nations covered under the Williams Treaties, including the Mississaugas of Scugog Island First Nation, Alderville First Nation, Hiawatha First Nation, Curve Lake First Nation, and the Chippewa Nations of Georgina Island, Beausoleil, and Rama. We honor, recognize, and respect the Indigenous peoples as the right holders and stewards of the lands and water on which we have the privilege to live. In our efforts towards reconciliation, we continue to build and strengthen relationships with First Nations as well as the large Métis communities and growing Inuit community here in Durham. We are committed to learning from Indigenous values and knowledge, building opportunities for collaboration, and recognizing that we are all connected. Okay. Members of Council, I have a couple things today. One is innovation, workforce development, inclusion are some of the reasons why Durham Region is named the Intelligent Community of the Year by the Intelligent Community Forum. Across Durham, strong partnerships, forward-thinking innovation, community engagement are driving a brighter future, enhancing quality of life and fueling economic growth. Durham Region's top Intelligent Community Award is a thanks to the collaboration and innovative work taking place with community partners, including all 8 of our local municipalities, 1855 Accelerator, Brilliant Catalyst, Spark Center, Durham College, Ontario Tech University, Trent University Durham, Durham GTA, and local boards of trades and chambers of commerce. The ICF evaluates communities based on 6 factors, from community accelerator strategy criteria, including broadband deployment and use, sustainability, workforce development, innovation, digital inclusion, and advocacy. Durham Region's commitment to these principles through a variety of projects and public services has cemented its place as the top intelligent community. To celebrate this recognition, we have launched Proud to Call Durham Home campaign, highlighting the partnerships and organizations driving innovation and growth across the region. Visit durham.ca/leading the way for more information. Members of Council, there is some good news for some people in the room today and some bad news for us, but I do want to recognize some good news. So today is Cheryl Bandel's final day supporting Regional Council as she retires from her role as the Region's Deputy Clerk. Cheryl has been with the Region for 24 years. She started her career as a committee clerk in the Clerk's Department and was appointed Deputy Clerk in 2013. Cheryl has been an integral part of the Region's governance and legislative process, ensuring transparency, accuracy, and accountability in everything that we do. Her work has touched every aspect of Council operations. Regional Council is the heart of the decision-making for Durham Region, shaping policies, services, and investments that impact every resident. Cheryl's role has been vital to that process. Her patience and depth of knowledge have helped her successfully navigate the team through many process changes, including moving to a digital meeting and agenda management platforms. She was also instrumental in steering the Durham York Energy Centre through Council, first as a committee clerk for Works, and then as the Deputy Clerk. Cheryl, we are deeply grateful for all that you've done, and we wish you a retirement full of relaxation, time with your family, traveling. Congratulations, and thank you. Members of Council, you know the rule, there is no clapping, but today,
Chair, would a motion to deny?
members of Council, I also want to recognize someone else, and she's not in the room today, but I want to recognize Lori Talling, who will be leaving the Region at the end of this year to pursue another exciting opportunity. And she has contributed greatly to Durham for the past 10 years as a sports tourism specialist. Her ability to build partnership, attract events, promote Durham as a destination has played a major role in growing our sport tourism excellence. The energy, organization, and insight she brought to this work has made a measurable difference both to our team and to the broader community. Some of Lori's standout moments were early foundation building to create Sport Durham, the incredible successful Parasport Games in 2019 and in 23, Lori's appointment to the Board of Sport Tourism Canada, and when Lori stepped in as the Acting Manager of Agriculture and Rural Economic Development. One of the crowning achievements was winning the EDCO Governor General's Award for the Best Economic Development Initiative in Ontario for the 2019 Parasport Games. Over recent years, including as acting manager, Lori delivered with confidence, professionalism, and a steady hand. Her leadership helped guide important initiatives and generated tens of millions of dollars in economic impact locally through our communities. Thank you, Lori, for your contributions over the past 10 years and for your consistent excellence you brought to everything you do, and we wish you all the best in your next chapter. She's not here, but if she's watching online, let's show the same. And I have one more, and this one is, I want to thank Patricia Noakes. Patricia, today we are celebrating your incredible support you have given over the past 20 years. You've been the person behind the scenes who has made so much happen, quietly, professionally, and always with a smile. From your time at the City of Oshawa, you've been there through some of our biggest moments. You supported Council through downtown revitalization projects, including the redevelopment of the Josh Hotel, a new residential development. You help keep things on track during major infrastructure initiatives like the GO Train East extension to Bowmanville, the Northwood Business Park development, and the Highway 407 East expansion. At the region, you played a key role in supporting transformative projects such as the 401 overpass replacement, Durham OneNet, Project Genesis for broadband expansion, the launch of our electric bus fleets under emission zero, and even the planning for a new acute care center in Pickering. These are big achievements. And while your name might always be in the headlines, your fingerprints are all over them. Your work has touched everything from planning, housing, transit, environmental initiatives, and you did it all with integrity, care. But what really stands out is the way you treat people. You brought warmth, humor, and a sense of calm that made every day better. I'll truly miss those morning conversations we shared. Patricia, thank you for being such an important part of our success, my success. On behalf of council and the entire community, congratulations on this milestone, and we wish you nothing but happiness, new adventures, and time with your grandkids in the years ahead. Thank you for being you. Members of council. Members of council, I also want to take a moment at this time to introduce Nancy Colotai, who will be in my office supporting the regional chair's office now. And we will struggle to endeavor to find a fourth person to come in and support the chair's office. Patricia, I'd love you to stay for the rest of the meeting, but I'm sure you could find anywhere else you would rather be than here. So thank you. It has been a pleasure. Mr. Clerk, we're going to move on to the day. Just give me 1 second, members of council. Okay. We'll go to, have we done a roll call yet? We'll do a roll call, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Electronic roll call is starting now.
You know what, Mr. Clerk, maybe before Patricia leaves, maybe we can get a photo with Patricia and Cheryl in the center?
If you'd like to do that.
Okay, why don't we do that? Could I have, I'm not sure who from staff has a camera, but could, yeah. Allison, can you come in and, could you come into the center? And Patricia, could you come down, please? Members of council, declarations of pecuniary interest. Mayor Ash.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My son is a member of the public service working in the Works Department, and I have submitted the necessary documents in regards to the Works budget to the clerk.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Clerk, at the appropriate time, we'll separate out everything. Thank you. Councillor Shahid?
Thank you so much. Through you, Chair, I have a conflict with the police budget. I have filled out the necessary documents on that too.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Wu?
Yes, and good morning, Chair Henry. I have a relative that works in the Social Services Department, and I've submitted the appropriate form to the clerk. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Mulcahy?
Thank you, Chair. Our daughter is working in long-term care, and I will submit the appropriate form just now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Crawford?
Thank you. My son works in finance. I have a conflict. I'll fill out the form.
Okay, thank you. Members of council, we'll move on to adoption of minutes. Regional Council meeting November 26th. Could I get a mover on the minutes, please? Moved by Mayor Carter, seconded by Councillor Pickles. On the November 26 minutes, all those in favor? In opposition? Seeing none, that carries. Closed Regional Council meeting November 26th. It's under a separate cover. Moved by Mayor Carter, seconded by Councillor Wu. Seeing no comments, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? In opposition? Seeing none, that carries. Mr. Clerk, do we have our special guests here?
They should be here around 10:30.
Around 10:30, so we'll move on. No need to alter the agenda, we'll just move to 5.2. So we're going to move to 5.2, under presentations. Elaine Baxter, Chair, Chief Administrative Officer, Nicole Pincombe, Commissioner of Finance on the 2026 business plans and budgets. When you're ready.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, members of Regional Council. We appreciate the opportunity to speak to you again today. We have had councillors reach out to us with questions on the use of reserves and reserve funds, and the purpose of today's presentation is to ensure that all members of council have the information that was requested. First, I want to summarize the status of the 2026 budget for the region of Durham. Regional Council set a guideline for this year's budget at a total of 6.5%. This included a proposed 3% property tax increase for the Durham Regional Police Services budget and a 3.5% increase to support the regional staff budget. Last week, staff delivered a budget that came in under the guideline. Committee voted to cap the total increase at 3%, with an approved police budget totaling 3.42% and the region budget of 3.18%. These decisions are your right, and we hear your concerns about affordability. There are two ways to achieve this new cap. The first is to reduce services or programs, and the second is to use reserve funds. Today, Nicole will provide an additional information about the use of reserve and reserve funds to help inform the discussion. I would also point out that while we all are appreciative of the affordability crisis facing the country, the province, and certainly Durham region, many regional services also experience pressures as a result of these difficult economic times, for example, in our social services and transit areas. So it is something to keep in mind that our pressures do tend to increase during these periods, while it's obviously difficult to finance them through a property tax-based system. So with that, I will turn it over to Nicole, who will go into more details. Thank you.
Thank you, Elaine, and good morning, Chair Henry and members of council. So this slide graphically is depicting the committee of the whole recommendation that's before you today. So the budget, so starting from the far left and working our way over, the budget for regional services has a proposed property tax impact of 3.16%. Plus Durham Regional Police with the amendment at 3.42%. That's aligned with the board's approved budget. Conservation authorities is 0.02%. So when you add those together, you're at the 6.6% with the 3% approved cap. That requires use of reserves and reserve funds totaling $34.139 million, which would be applied to the budget when you subtract out, when you factor in those reserve fund financing, that reduces your property tax levy requirement down to 3%. That 3% represents approximately a 1.62% increase on the total average residential property tax bill, or approximately $9, an incremental $9 a month for an average residential property owner in Durham. There's just a little note on the bottom of the slide that we just want to make council aware of, that with the complexity of all of the reserves and the reserve funds, in applying the $34 million in reserve funds, we want to look at our long-term obligations, and we want to best choose which reserves and reserve funds we would use in this case. So we will come back to Regional Council with those reserves and reserve funds and what those specific draws would be, as well as how they will be allocated to the various funds. And what I mean by that is how much of those is applied to the general fund versus the waste fund versus the transit fund versus the police fund. So this slide just provides some additional information with respect to, and background with respect to reserves and reserve funds. So best practice in the municipal sector is that reserves and reserve funds are used for capital items. They're used for non-regular one-time operating expenses. And this is because reserves and reserve funds are considered a one-time financing source, and we want to match that type of financing source with the type of underlying expenditures. So if you have contractual obligations such as winter control, waste management, those types of things, those ongoing contractual commitments, our commitments to our staff, our permanent staff as well, we would match ongoing permanent funding with those expenditures. Without any permanent base budget reductions, we would be looking at 2027, starting 2027, with a 3.6% property tax increase. That's essentially the equivalent of the amount of the reserves and reserve funds that were used in 2026. We will look for all opportunities, of course, to find savings in year to minimize that amount. But based on the information that we currently have available, we would be likely looking at service level cuts in order to achieve that full amount of savings going into 2027. So the 26 budget as well proposes additional new permanent positions. These positions are required to support the opening of the Seton Long-Term Care Home, as well as service the expansion for transit, paramedic, and housing and homelessness support programs. Hiring of these new positions may create challenge if in the future Council in 27 is looking to reduce service in order to minimize property tax impacts in 2027. Reserves and reserve funds are a very critical component of our long-term planning. We match our reserves and reserve funds with our long-term funding obligations. Each reserve and reserve fund has a specific purpose and is in place to fund a future obligation. These could be capital obligations, such as the transit facility, our housing redevelopment projects. There's many, our asset management requirements, all of those pieces. They are also in place to fund operating obligations, so post-employment benefits, WSIB costs, insurance claims, and those types of things. So the region's current reserve and reserve fund balances is $1.162 million. We've updated it since the report. Just knowing that Council is considering this recommendation, we wanted to update it with the most current information. So $1.162 billion. The 10-year capital forecast that's before you today requires the use of $1.995 billion in reserves and reserve funds. So that's about roughly $800 million more than what we currently have in those reserves and reserve funds. Reserves and reserve funds also provide flexibility to respond in year to any unplanned pressures. The ones that come to mind now are tariffs. So in our capital budget, it's more a capital impact than an operating impact with tariffs, but based on the information we have available. So certainly we've provided a capital forecast that is based on the best information we have available. So far, we haven't seen many impacts of tariffs on our capital plan. They're starting to work their way into our pricing. So there could be some impacts in tariffs that come up in year that we would want to address through using reserves and reserve funds, because if we want to proceed with those projects, because there's no ability to raise any incremental tax in year. In addition, we use them in year to deal with any emergency repairs that may come up or unforeseen capital work or operating costs that we need to advance to respond to any increased tender costs, as well as provide any matching fund for infrastructure grants in order to advance capital works. Many of the region's capital reserves are what I refer to as flow-through reserves. So what this means is that when we contribute to those reserves through the budget, we're actually allocating the money that we're contributing directly to a capital project that is in the 2026 budget. So this is roads, our bridge projects, there's our equipment, all of those pieces. So most of our capital reserves are what we call that flow-through type of reserve. As mentioned at committee last week, the level of reserves and reserve funds is one factor that is considered by our credit rating agencies. It's also considered by our investors when they're looking to buy our bonds. So many of them have, of our investors, many of them have certain thresholds that they have to maintain in their portfolio, and they look at our debt to equity ratio when assessing whether or not we're an applicable or an eligible entity in which to invest in. Also, from a financial perspective, I just flagging that we will monitor our cash flows very closely through the course of 2026. This added reserve fund draw was not something that we had contemplated in our investment strategy. So as I said, these reserves are all committed for future needs. We've mapped out the timing of those commitments. We build our investment strategy based on those timing of those commitments. I'm sure we will, I'm not meaning to sound alarms in any way. We will just need to closely monitor those, and we may need to advance some of those investments or monetizing those investments if we need to from a cash flow perspective. And the last thing that I just want to mention here is just for clarity, and it's a bit of a syntax thing that us accountants tend to dwell on, but the recommendation specifies the use of reserves. We would just appreciate confirmation that council's intent with this motion is that we would look at both reserves and reserve funds. There is a distinction financially, and we report on these things separately, and we would just want to ensure that when we're applying any contribution that we have the authority to do so from both reserves and reserve funds. I'm assuming that that was the intent, but the clarification would be appreciated on that one. Okay. And this last slide provides a high-level estimate of potential property tax levy impacts for 2027. Again, this is based on information we currently have available. It's very early days in terms of forecasting our base pressures for 2027. But it's just to sort of outline to council, based on the information that's currently available and what we know as of now, and based on some assumptions, based on what we saw in 2026, what does our forecast look like at this point for 27? So we have the 3.6, the first dial there to your left. That represents the 34.13 million in reserve and reserve fund financing that may be used in the 2026 budget. Without finding savings, which based on information that we have available now will likely impact service levels, we would need to raise taxes by that 34.13 million to fill that gap in. That would represent a 3.6% increase for 27. Then we would add in our base increases. Again, this is hard to quantify at this point, but based on the information we have available, this is in the range to 3.5% to 5%. There are some extenuating base pressures that we know of now for 27 that we didn't have this year. There's an OMERS rate increase that has been approved that we have to factor in. There's the annualization of new positions and with Seton, and Seton will be a large annualized impact next year. There's incremental debt servicing costs as well that we would factor in. So again, and we would apply, as we do every year, line by line savings to reduce those base pressures down, as well as any increases in subsidies. But based on information we have now, that range is about 3.5 to 5. For conservation authorities, they've been consistent. We funded them at a consistent level. I appreciate that there is proposed provincial legislative changes right now for conservation authority that the province is considering, which may impact this number one way or another. But based on history, this is a sort of what we've looked at for conservation authorities in the past, so 0.02%. Any enhancements that council would want to advance in 27 would be on top of that. We've just highlighted there in our long-term service strategies what the increases in the levy would be based on those strategies right now for 27, and those are provided there. In addition to that would be police, both their base pressures as well as any program enhancements they have, as well, that we anticipate there to be, that would be added into that. And then, of course, we would take any assessment growth and reduce down by the impacts of that assessment growth. And that would be what would be sort of what council would be looking at for 2027. So we will work very hard to identify and implement any efficiencies, as well as explore all opportunities for expenditure reduction or revenue enhancements in order to mitigate the 2027 budget increase. So an updated 2027 budget forecast would be provided to council as part of our business planning and budget guidelines, so that early part of our process. With it being the first year following an election, that will be one of the first things that the new council will be looking at. And then I just would like to thank you for your time, and Elaine and I would be pleased to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Nicole. There are a number of questions. We'll start first with Mayor Ash.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know we'll have much debate today about the Cal report, which I'll be calling the Let's Get Me Elected budget. But so I won't get into that. I will get into the actual questions about the presentation. Madam Commissioner, you talk about 34.19 million in reserves, and the mover of the 3% Let Me Get Elected cap budget has said on social media, as well as in this chamber on Friday, that can easily be found in a $2 million budget. It was like a given that we could find $34 million. So could you please comment on how hard it'll be, or the degree of possibilities, probabilities that we can find, A, those savings, and B, that 15 of us around this table will vote to cut services, which we had an opportunity on Friday and didn't do. Could you comment on that?
So through the chair, as part of our annual business planning and budget process, all departments are tasked with doing a line-by-line review. We provide information to departments on historic spend, and we ask them to look at that historic spend and planning going forward to identify any line-by-line savings to reduce the impact of budget increases. In finance, we look at trends and we look at areas where we've seen significant, I shouldn't say significant, where we've seen savings in prior years. We identify those to the department and ask questions on reducing those down. Historically, where we've seen surplus is through gapping. In order to achieve this budget at guideline, we significantly increase the gapping provision. So that gap that we've seen prior is closed. We've been doing this process of year by year, line by line savings for 5+ years now. We were able to reduce budgets a lot at the beginning. That has come down. In this budget alone, we had 4.94 million in line-by-line savings. I believe roughly 2.5 million of that was from increased gapping saving provisions that were put into the budget. So the capacity to find more through that process is diminishing year by year because we're squeezing these budgets more and more each year. So as I said, there was about just shy of 5 million in this budget that we were able to find to reduce pressures, comparing to the 34 million that we would need to find without impacting service enhancement. So based on that, based on the information that I have available now, to find that 34 million for 2027, I'm expecting that that will require service reductions in order to achieve that.
Thank you. Your next slide, slide 4, talks about a budget outlook. And assuming a 3% police budget, which would be much lower than 2025 and projected in 2026, we're looking at an 11.62% tax increase in 2027. If we go with the Help Me Get Elected budget that is proposed for Cal before us. So could you confirm those assumptions? And why are you making those assumptions? Because, again, the mover of the motion says there's no problem finding $34.19 million. My friend beside me just whispered in my ear, surely we can cut costs. Why are you making these assumptions that we're going to need an 11.62% increase in taxes next year?
So you're correct in the math that if you have to find the 3.86 million, so if there isn't expenditure savings, which we just sort of chatted about, the challenge that will be without impacting service cuts, that pressure of the 3.6 plus our base pressures in a range, and appreciate that's high level estimates right now. If you added 3 onto police, you'd be in the range of 10% for those increases, and that's before any regional service enhancement that we currently are tracking to implement through those 10-year service strategies for transit, for housing and homelessness, and for transit, homelessness, and for paramedics, apologies. I would just say as well that some of those strategies increases, some of the future obligations in those increases are what I would classify as non-discretionary. So as an example, we're redeveloping Christine Crescent, Centre Street, I'm talking through through Housing Durham. There is costs associated with operating those new facilities that are in those strategy forecast numbers that we will have very little discretion if we're going to open those facilities. We will need to staff them, and that is in that service enhancement column, not in the base column.
Okay, two more questions, Mr. Chair. In the Help Me Get Reelected budget, and in your slides, you talk about we have $1.6 billion in reserves, but you indicate that we have $1.995 billion in reserve requirements over the next 10 years. So we're not spending money that we haven't already earmarked. Is my math right?
Yeah, so if I could clarify, if that's okay through the chair, sorry, to Mayor Ash. So currently it's 1.16 billion
Sorry,
that's available.
1.16.
Yeah,
I was
so
half a billion off. I apologize.
No, I'm sorry. And then, so that is including, just for clarity, that is including both operating and capital, reserve and reserve funds. So only a portion of those would be for capital. Operating would include things like our post-employment benefits, our WSIB, which we have future obligations for. So not to say that those operating funds are not committed, they are. But of that 1.16, it's actually a smaller component that we would look to apply to capital, which based on our 10-year capital forecast, you're correct, is 1.995 billion.
So we're actually in the hole for our reserves, not in an excess
Currently,
that we
yes.
can spend willy-nilly to get reelected.
So based on our current cash position, yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. And my final question, through you, Mr. Chair, to the CEO, is she there?
Yes, she
She's
is.
hiding, she's hiding already. This is will be a corporate-wide finding of the nickels and the couches and the like. So, Madam CAO, what strategies and what areas would you have to look at to find 34.139 million? Would it be cutting things that aren't core to our things, like outreach programs, shelter beds that aren't funded, maybe privatizing our home for the ages, those types of things? Are those the tough decisions that we'll have to be making by approving the Let's Get Me Elected budget?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. Just to clarify, we did identify 1.48% of reductions in the budget report. That would be the first step that we would take to try to come down closer to the recommended cap. However, at Committee of the Whole, the committee voted not to accept any of those changes, with the exception of not requiring 311 to expand to 24/7 in 2026. So I think the hunt to find $34 million becomes even more difficult if those are officially taken off the table. I really don't see any way around this other than service cuts, and Nicole and I will have to meet based on what comes out of today's meeting to literally go through every reserve fund and project to determine how we can best accommodate this with minimal impact. But the reality is, at a time of affordability, when pressure on social services, paramedics, transit is increasing, we are going to have to look at service levels.
Question, if I might, Mr. Chair, and I guarantee it's my last question. And this again, through you, Mr. Chair, to the CAO, is in regards to asking for your assistance in a path forward. Because we have before us in the Help Me Get Reelected budget of 3% cap and the 6.6% expenditure requirement. Is there a path forward? Is there an in-between? Like, would there be any benefit in, say, going halfway and doing 4.8 and then directing you to find the rest of that money and report back to us in January? Is that a reasonable path forward?
Any increase on 3% would be a huge benefit. Ideally, council will agree on what the overall tax rate increase is today, and then Nicole and I can come back in January with a path forward. Taking off the service enhancements that are proposed in the 3.6% budget that was initially submitted, or it's slightly less than that, makes it very difficult for us. There's very few additional areas that we can look at. So I don't think, I encourage council not to tie our hands by capping us at 3% and then saying no to the potential reductions that we identified in the report. I hope that answers your question.
Councillor Pickles?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I apologize, I don't have much of a voice today. And to my colleagues, if I smell like Vicks and lemon ginger tea, I apologize. Thank you. My first question ended up being your last answer, Elaine. So the process, assuming you have a budget increased number coming out of here today, is to you and Nicole and other staff are going to go back and see how you can make that work and have the actual budget expenditures back here at council in January. Is that the sequence?
I'm looking at the panicked look on Nicole's face.
No.
I think We would make every effort to report directly to council in January. We won't be able to go through a standing committee or committee of the whole. We just do not have the time. But depending on the amount of change that comes out today, that may be very difficult. And as I said, if we're able to land on the tax increase today, then Nicole and I will work through options and the necessary changes to bylaws to get that implemented. We'll do our best for January, but it may be February.
Okay. I was concerned that you had 2 business days since Friday, so I was hoping that we wouldn't be making a final decision on the budget today. Nicole, you had mentioned you were seeking clarification on where the savings were to come from, and I don't mean savings, reserves and reserve funds. But I think you suggested as well, and maybe Madam CEO, you can clarify this as well, that you have a number today, you're coming back in January or February. In addition to reserves and reserve funds, you may or may not have recommendations on changes to expenditures or deferrals or other budget strategies besides using reserves and reserve funds, or is that something you would need specific direction on?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think we would need specific direction on that. The direction right now is to find 34 million in reserves, and as Nicole mentioned, we need to get that clarified to include reserve funds, so we would definitely need more guidelines. And again, I come back to, we identified 1.48% of potential savings if council wished to reduce the original target, but council elected not to take those reductions, which really ties our hand with respect to how we're going to find those resources. And Nicole, I don't know if you want to add anything. Thank you.
I guess the only thing I would maybe just add for clarity is it's based on the information we have now. Certainly at the time of writing of that budget report, which was in November, we had identified, it incorporated all savings that we were aware of at the time. So if the desire is to have a tax levy increase less than the 6.6%, like the 3% or something else if council was to move, at this point, other than the 1%, like the 0.48 and the 0.5, so the 0.98 in total, that was in the report to lower the expenditure side, I think it would be difficult to come back with any expenditure increase, at least from my perspective. Certainly the CAO, I would, if she has further comment to add. So I think what we'd be coming back with is more so around confirming what reserve and reserve funds we would be using. Assuming the intent is reserve and reserve fund, we would come back with what those would be. And we would also be coming back with the tax rate bylaws, which would be showing how they are reflected in each of the, what I call funds, general, police, transit, and waste.
So if the direction right now suggests reserves and reserve funds, Madam CEO, would you like to have that additional, I'll call it discretion, to look at the possibility of bringing back other strategies, whether it be deferrals or expenditure changes? I mean, it seems to me that should be something that's on the table for you to bring back, even though you've brought some forward that haven't been accepted, I understand. But and I don't want to start throwing out what they may be, but with respect to new staff, not everybody would get hired on January the 1st, and some would be phased in, and maybe you've already taken that into account. But I'm just saying, without having any to put forward right now, besides reserves and reserve funds, it would seem to me you might want the discretion or latitude to, if you find something in the way of another strategy, to be able to identify it and bring it back to us.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we would certainly do that, but I have to say we can't really pull a rabbit out of a hat. Any kind of reduction or reallocation will be a service level reduction, and it's important that council recognize that and perhaps reconsider the reductions or the cancellation of the service increases that we propose to reduce the budget. The other concern that I have is in terms of hiring, yes, absolutely, we take into account the hiring process. So for example, often staff are charged 6 months of the year and the year they're hired, and you see the catch up in the following budget year. So that is already fully accounted for within the budget. There is a great concern about the efficacy of hiring staff and funding them through reserve funds. That is a major concern to me, and right now we've got 30 police officers being hired through reserve funds and any additional staff, including the staff required for Seaton. So one thing Nicole and I would have to do is go back and try to figure out how to maximize one time that could be pulled for reserves, recognizing that we already had over 200 million in reserve withdrawals in the budget. So it becomes very tricky. But yes, if we identify any solutions we hadn't thought of, we would absolutely bring them forward.
I appreciate that it's unwise to fund staff through a one-time reserve fund. So when the motion was originally brought forward for 3%, it passed, and then the increase to the police budget came forward, which I think is would it be accurate to say about another half point? Half point. So those are the positions that you're referring to as being funded from reserves and not being, and therefore would not be fully allocated as 2027 funded positions. Would that be correct?
Yeah, essentially, those positions would not be permanently in the budget. It would have to be addressed in 2027. There are other positions, for example, the staffing of Seaton, and then the region has a very modest increase in positions, predominantly in works, recognizing the scope of our capital program. So any staff there, Nicole and I will have to look at the number of staff that will have to be funded through the reserve and the number that could actually be built into the base. But we already know for DRPS, it's 30 officers.
Okay, thank you for that. And I know we're not in discussion phase, we're just in the question phase, but I do hope if there's an adjustment to the number at some point today, that it weighs first on fulfilling the staffing needs for fully allocated for those positions. I think my last question, and Mayor Ash had spoken to this, Nicole, on your one slide, it spoke to 2027, and I think the first couple boxes had, 3.6, and there were a number of question marks there, and I think somewhere the number of 11% was thrown out. But just to be clear, we are not deciding today what that council guideline is for 2027, and we're in no way considering what the budget and the budget guideline are for 2027, although I realize there's pressures, but I certainly, just to confirm that.
Yeah, through the chair. So the intent with that slide was just to make council aware of the pressures that we're aware of now that we're looking at for 2027, recognizing that depending upon the decision of council today, that may impact some of those pressures for next year. So we just wanted to make sure there was an awareness of what we know of now for 27. But you're absolutely correct. In no way were we looking for guidance at this point on 27. There's still quite a bit of modeling to be done there.
And I'm certainly not suggesting that whatever decrease we agree on today, that it's kicked down the road and simply added to an increase in 2027. So I think there's a lot of discussion in between there to occur. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So thank you. Members of council, we're going to stop before we continue here. We have some very special guests out in the hallway. And Mr. Clerk, if you could arrange to bring those very special guests in, and then we'll come in, and Councillor Nicholson, when we come back, you're first on the list.
Nicole, you can go back to your seat. It's easier.
cuts by global giants to their staff and budgets. Receiving. Yeah, but that's okay. Fine with that. It'd be crazy to raise it. Crazy.
Where's the chimney? I'm trying
No, don't. Just leave it. This microphone's on purpose. Yeah, they put it on purpose so they can record us. So.
For the parents and grandparents, feel free to stand up, take pictures, just whatever you would like to do. And also, when the singing is there, I'll be listening for your voices. Merry Christmas, Santa. Merry Christmas. Merry, oh my goodness. No, we have a room across the hall for them. Parents too. They are. So just before, I'll do it. Thank you, Santa and Mrs. Claus. Thank you. Yeah. And if the parents in the back would like to step out now, would be a good time. Or you're welcome to stay for the rest of the day. Now, members of council, I did see a few of you rocking in your seats. This is one of my favorite meetings of the year, separate from the budget, when we have young people come in and perform for us. But I really do want to recognize that the young children today came from the Whitby Early Learning and Child Care Center. And I want to thank the staff for the work that they did, and thank Mr. and Mrs. Claus for coming all the way from the North Pole to join us today. Members of council, we have enough quorum in the seats. I don't need a roll call. Councillor Nicholson, I said I would come back to you first.
Mr. Chair, good. I was going to ask a question of Nicole. Is she still here? Okay, good.
She's in her
No, she was here and then she's back here.
No, Nicole, you can answer the questions from there.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine for me. I'm not going to get into the silly rhetoric the previous speakers got into to try to play political games. I'm going to deal just with some.
No, members of council. No, members of council. This is going to be a long day, and I want us to focus on the issues. No chattering back and forth. I will stop it immediately. Councillor Nicholson has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Questions I want to ask deal more with impact. So my first question is, you've indicated under your first block on, I'm trying to look at the slide number, the Cal recommendation. You've indicated a 3.1% regional proposed property tax. And then you at the bottom, in small print, you've got a 7.8% increase over the 2025 budget. Could you tell me in real dollars what that means? What's the actual dollar increase over the 2025 budget?
When you're ready.
Yeah, so through the chair. So the difference between those two numbers.
That's not what I
The
asked.
two percentages. One is what the impact is on the bill, and one of them is an expenditure increase. To your question around what the increase is, I just want to make sure I'm giving you the right number here. So just the regional portion alone, that's the equivalent to the 3.16%, is 46.88 million increase. That's just the region piece, not police and not conservation authority.
The question I'm asking is, and maybe I'm asking it wrong, and please correct me if I am. The impact in the recommendation is an impact of 3.16. It's in the circle. Below that, you're actually seeing it's an actual 7.08 increase. So my question is, that 708 increase, what does that correlate to in real dollars?
Sorry, yes, so that the 708 is the same as the 3.16. It's just one is after assessment growth and as a portion of the total regional bill, and the other one is an expenditure increase on just the regional services, which is the 708.
All right.
So the increased expenditure in terms of dollars under both of those is 46.88 million.
All right. So if I discounted the assessment growth, what is the actual spending increase?
Through the chair, that is the 7.08%. So if you compare that portion of the budget in 2025 to what's proposed for 2026, that's that 7.08%.
So we're talking just a little under 50 million. The police increase, how much is that in real dollars?
So through the chair, and so this is the 3.42, so the 12.43, so the one that is currently before council is an expenditure increase of 38.96 million.
All right. And just move, I'm not going to get into conservation because that's the minimal amount, but if we were to look at a 6.6% increase, which is what appears to be on the floor other than the 3%, in real dollars, how much is that going to add up for that we're reaching into the pockets of the taxpayers for?
So through the chair, just so that I make sure that I'm answering your question, so if I don't, please clarify. So that is the equivalent on the, that's an equivalent of a 6.6% increase. So if you add all of those pieces together in terms of dollar value, you're looking at an $81.35 million increase.
So it would be fair then to say, and please correct me if it's unfair, is that rather than cutting a budget, we're asking from the taxpayers potentially as high as $81 million more than we asked for them last year. Is that correct?
So through the chair, I apologize, Councillor Nicholson. I was reading off the wrong line of my chart. I very much apologize. It's not 81.35, it's 86.08. Apologies. The other two numbers I gave you were the correct ones.
Okay, so let me reiterate that, my question again, that rather than, on top of all the monies that we collected from our taxpayers for the 2025 budget, we're potentially asking for another $86 million on top of that. Is that correct?
Through the chair, yes, that is correct.
All right. And even with the 34.139 million out of reserve accounts, we'd still be looking at approximately a little more than $52 million increase from the taxpayers as well. Would that be fair?
Yes, it would be the difference between the 86.08 and the reduction of 34.139.
So
You're correct.
We're not, so I want to be clear because there's a lot of confusion in some eyes. We're not, in the Cow motion, we're not recommending a reduction from the 25. We're recommending less of an increase. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right.
So yes, there would still be a tax levy increase, that 3%, even with the use of reserve funds.
All right, moving down to the next set of circles. I want to be clear on this, so that I think a lot of the people that are watching, I want to be clear on this as well. If the savings and the cut to services, or whatever we have to do to get that $33 million down, if we don't do that, we're potentially looking at another 3.6% increase that we have to make up for. Is that correct?
Through the chair, so without the use of reserve and reserve funds and the cap of 3%, yes, instead of a 3% increase, we'd be looking at a 6.6% increase without any other adjustments.
All right, so what we're really looking at here, despite all the arguments about next year, is if we don't make adjustments to how we provide services in Durham Region, we're looking at massive tax hikes for the next few years. Is that correct?
So through the chair, so we will have base pressures that we will have to accommodate go forward. And then it would be up to council in terms of any service enhancements that were endorsed that may impact future budgetary increases.
All right, then I want to ask you about the corollary to that. All this is predicated on service enhancement. Continue where we are now and then more. Is it also fair to say that we have the option as council to reduce our expenditures, to pay less, and therefore we won't have to face these projected increases if we actually reduce what we spend? Is that a fair statement?
I'll have our CAO respond.
Yes, that is a fair statement, Councillor. We can reduce service levels to reduce the budget, but I will remind you that the 1.48% we had before you were not supported by the Committee of the Whole, with the exception of the 311 expansion.
No, I'm well aware of that. Your suggestions were to attack services to people and not cut services to the corporation. If you'd come in with $34 million worth of reductions to our core services, I would have supported it. But I'm not going to hit the people in order to preserve the staff. I'm going to be very upfront about that. The last question I want to put, there was a lot of questions about the need to maintain reserves. And would it be fair to say that the need to maintain reserves is only if we continue down the already projected 10-year path for expending those capital projects? Like, we only need the 1.9 million if we continue to spend everything that's on the list. Is that fair?
So through the chair, so there are future capital, so the capital plan includes both asset management of existing infrastructure, which is using reserve and reserve funds. There is additional capital as well for service expansion or growth in the areas of transit. There is some forecasted capital expenditures on the housing redevelopment side. I would say that those are mostly front-end loaded with a lot of approvals in 25, 26, and 27.
All right. Would it be fair to indicate that if the council, or in this case, future councils, decided not to implement the entirety of that 10-year list of capital projects and other projects, that we may not need the level of reserves that are being projected here? That is basically, it's up to us to decide how we prioritize our funds, not simply say, reach into the taxpayer's pocket every time we need something. Is that a fair statement?
Councillor Nicholson, so in fairness to staff, some of the future expenses are being driven by the province's plans to build more homes faster. The growth that's needed for wastewater and water treatment, those challenges are something that we're having to do. And as you're aware, they've changed the rules around development charges. So it is quite a different time, but I will have Nicole follow up.
So if I could, the other thing I would maybe add on to my previous comment with respect to use of reserves and reserve funds for over the 10-year period, and I'm just talking about, at this point, property taxes. And that 1.99 is just the property tax reserve and reserve funds, not water and sewer. Those use of reserves and reserve funds don't include development charges. And it is just purely the reserve and reserve fund. For the purposes of the capital forecast that's before you today right now, for 2027 through 2035, assumes that all growth-related costs will be recovered through development charges. So we are not using, this capital forecast does not include the use of reserve and reserve funds. Because, and we know that that may not be the reality going forward, especially with Bill 17, but because of the timing of the provincial announcements with respect to that bill and the impacts on development and development charges, we did not have time to model those implications out for those forecast years. That's an exercise we're going to be doing once we get this budget approved. So what I guess my only caution that I would add is that right now we're assuming all growth-related capital projects are not going to be funded from reserves and reserve funds. We recognize if the desire is to advance with those growth-related capital projects, that those reserves and reserve funds may not be there, or those development charges may not be there, and as such, we may have to use reserves and reserve funds or increase debt in order to be able to fund any shortfalls that come.
Councillor
I
Nicholson,
appreciate the options before.
Your time is up.
I didn't see a time to ask questions.
Your time for your 5 minutes, your clock was running. It's run by the clerk, and you're at 5 minutes.
Then I would ask to be put back on the list.
We're not in committee of the whole.
We're in presentations, not in,
Mr.
that's
Clerk.
where we are now, are we not?
You get the 5 minutes? Yeah, we're in council. You get to speak once. You get 5 minutes.
All right, I'll speak more later on.
Yeah, that's fine.
You can't gag me because I'm not going to go away.
There's no intention to gag you.
All
I
right.
would never do that. And in fact, Councillor Nicholson, that was inappropriate. I'm very lenient when it comes to dialogue. Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Chair. So the budget I struggled with. It's, for me, I call this helping families put food on the table budget. That's how I look at it. My question is, the budget is roughly $2 billion, correct?
Through the chair, so yes, the property tax levy requirement for the budget, and apologies, it's just shy of, or it's about just over $1 billion, this is tax levy requirement. Then you have to minus from that the 34 million that would come from reserves. So roughly it would be $1.3 billion for the 3% increase that's currently before council today.
Okay, so we're using roughly 34 million from reserves. Of this, a budget of this magnitude, are you saying, I'm not saying we probably would be able to find the whole 35 million dollars. Are you saying that staff couldn't find at least a third of that in savings without impacting public safety and quality of life for our residents?
So through,
Councillor, we would obviously look wherever we could to attempt to find savings, but I really need to highlight what Nicole said earlier, in that we do a very detailed line-by-line review every year to identify any such savings. The reality is, to cut $34 million out of the budget at this time will have a service level implication. And that is why we presented you with the options for various capping various service increases for 2026.
And in this year's budget, Councillor Anderson, you're aware their staffs found almost $5 million worth of savings by going through the budget process already.
So I understand that. So maybe they could very well find another 10 million in savings. Is that not possible?
So, Councillor Anderson, part of our challenges is the unfunded liabilities related to staff are a big part of this budget, and including council's decision to build and open a long-term care facility in Seton. That was a council decision. So there are hundreds of jobs related to a 24/7, 365-day operation that will be opening. An opening date to the commissioner, estimated opening date for Seton is,
Through the chair, October.
and that means training would start in September.
We'll start hiring some key management positions by May, June, and no later than September 21st, we need to have all staff on board to start their orientation for a late October opening.
So I look at this and I would say, okay, it's maybe $20 more. So my neighbor said to me, well, it's $20 more, but it's when you add hydro rate is going up, water rate is going up, telephone, it adds up, and it's difficult for folks to survive. I know I am one who's leery about taking funds out of reserve as well. But the time we're in, I believe it's necessary to help those who are unable to really survive. And this isn't really a business, not a business. We're government. My role is to help my residents as best as I can. So, you know, I think I struggle with this. So my question is again, can you go back and see what services, you may have to cut services, but if it doesn't impact.
So let me be perfectly clear for you. Staff will come back with suggestions, but it will be this council that makes the decisions. So staff will do their absolute best, but if you think they're gonna come back into this room with $20 million that they're gonna be able to take out, this council will be angry. There isn't a member of this council that over the course of this term hasn't tried to put something into the budget. This is a budget that you will have to take ownership over. This is no longer a staff budget. They brought their recommendations.
Okay, so one final question, which this was from a neighbor of mine. We dissolve planning to a certain extent, and there are no savings derived from that. Even so, he said to me, there are a lot of senior managers that were part of planning. Were they redeployed, or was an effort made to save taxpayers some money from that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I will remind Council that the Community Growth and Economic Development budget is the smallest of all regional department budgets. There was significant gapping and reductions in staff as a result of the planning changes, and the staff that we have remaining in the department are required to fulfill the role that the region continues to have in planning, in growth management, and infrastructure and transportation planning. So we have achieved efficiencies through those changes, and we believe that we now have the right size in the department. And because of the gapping and a transfer of other positions, it did enable us to reduce some of the budget pressures for 2026.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Chair.
Councillor Brenner.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Through you to staff, how much was the interest that has been earned currently for our reserve account, total interest amount?
Go ahead.
So through the chair, so there is there is interest costs that go back to the reserve funds and that is in response to council direction, as well as obligations. So Development Charge Act requires us to reflect the interest back in those accounts. And then there is also interest that is applied to the operating account.
Yeah, what would be the total interest before you divide it up?
Yeah, so the amount going into operating is about just shy of $30 million, and that's what the budget is for this year. I don't have at my fingertips, I apologize, the amount that is going into reserve funds. I will get that though for you and let you know.
Thank you. My second question is, what is our projected year-end surplus for 2025 in our budget? And do you happen to recall what the surplus was for 2024?
So through the chair, we don't have a surplus projection yet for this year, though I understand it is quite low at this point, and we are making a recommendation that any surplus be redirected to the, be redirected to fund the gap in fund the gap in, for Bill 17 and Bill 23. In terms of what we're anticipating or what surplus was last year, it was roughly 10.39 million, or about 1.14% of the budget in 2024.
So you don't have any sense of projections for 2025?
At this point, our projections at this point is that it is considerably lower than that. There are still there's a decision before council today that could impact that number as well. But it is very, we're tracking certainly less than what we had last year.
A further question through you, Mr. Chair, to staff. Have we ever done a benchmark examination per capita of the region compared to other regions of similar size?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do a number of benchmarking initiatives, including with the other regions and single tier and some to lower tier governments also. I think on average, I feel quite comfortable in saying we're often at the low end of the spectrum in terms of investing in key services, and we have done remarkably well in the last couple of terms in addressing some of those. But we are by no stretch way ahead of the game. You heard some of that from Mr. Holmes' presentation at Committee of the Whole, just with respect to where we are on the transit file. So we're chipping away at it, but we still have a ways to go.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Mayor Collier.
Thank you, Chair. And I don't always agree with my friend Mayor Ashcross, but I absolutely do on all his comments on this, and did not support the motion when it came forward to use reserves. I just want to follow up on the police service board piece, because that is left as a question mark in the presentation. And you've all heard me speak at great length about the pressures that the police board has in providing adequate and effective policing. And you've also heard me refer to the 10-year capital budget many times that is going to come in January, and stress that this is not even part of the pressures that are in front of you right now. And I think I even said, if you think this is a difficult decision, wait till next year once the capital budget is before you. So my questions through Chair to the Treasurer is, you've had the DRPS capital budget for several months. I assume staff have had time to do fairly thorough deep dive into this. What do you feel is going to be the impact of this, assuming the 10-year DRPS capital budget is approved by this council, as you mentioned, the transit, the health and social services, housing, and paramedic budgets 10-year forecasts have?
So through the chair, we have done some modeling on the capital portion of the police budget. That was done prior to the decision by the province around Bill 17. So that has to be looked at again because of the implications of development charges. But the implication in terms of there was significant amount of debt required for police as a result of that capital forecast before certainly the DC shortfalls. And so I only anticipate it to increase significantly, which will in turn have operating cost implications because of the debt servicing costs associated with that plan as well. And certainly we understand that that we're in a time of inflation as well. And I appreciate that the police this year, as part of their budget submissions, increased and gave us updated capital forecast amounts as well. And those came in as part of budget, and we haven't had a chance to update our initial modeling for those updated capital cost estimates that have come in.
Okay, I just wanted you to say it. carries a lot more weight than if I say it. So thank you. I just wonder, as far as assessment growth, do you see any indications in markets or in the economy that indicate that it's going to be really any different next year than this year?
So through the chair, we haven't got, so MPAC does do some initial modeling for us at the beginning, for all municipalities at the beginning of the year, where they set sort of, I'll say, a goal for what they anticipate assessment growth to be. We haven't seen what that looks like yet for next year, but based on what we're seeing in terms of building permit information come in, subdivision information come in terms of, I'll call it DC forecasts, recognizing there's a delay to get the money, but just in terms of what we're seeing from a construction side of things, I wouldn't anticipate it to be, I think we'd be lucky to get what we got this year.
And we're thinking along the same lines. I don't think there's going to be any relief through that in the very near future. Would these figures be correct? Because I want to really manage expectations and whether I'm here or not, manage sort of what to expect for next year as far as this, because this, in addition to the numbers that Mayor Ash pointed out, of, starting next year at about a 10, 11%, not including police, just to give you an idea, would you agree that base pressures for DRPS next year would be somewhere around 5 to 6%? Given the decisions made this year and the decisions made last year, annualizing salaries and strategic investments? Is that reasonable? Is that your
So I do expect the number to be quite high based on the preliminary information that we've seen. We still have some modeling to do on the operating side of the police ask. Certainly the work that we do through these long-term strategies is we look at all opportunities for revenue. We look at opportunities on how to best, I'll say, phase the financing, not necessarily the expenditures, though we do look at phasing of expenditures as well in order to sort of smooth property tax increases. I don't know that I can comment yet on what that number may look like, but they're certainly based on the expenditure profile we've received. It's very significant.
Yeah.
Well, Mayor Collier, your base pressures are related directly to the unfunded liabilities negotiated through bargaining is a big part of that. So, and then the operation increase is very small compared to that. So it all will be based on the numbers of those who are hired this year and carried over to next year. So that's a very challenging question for staff.
And I'm just trying to sort of make a bit of a point.
Appreciate that.
We haven't even discussed the new collective agreement with the Police Association, nor with the SOA, the Senior Officers Association. So those have not even shown up as what will impact 2027 budget as well. I will tell this council that we're expecting strategic investment of 96 new positions next year. That's what's in the forecast. Which brings us, according to my sort of math here, you should expect somewhere in the neighborhood of 11 to 13% next year, not including capital. Just to help manage expectations, I'm very happy that this presentation came before us today, because I really want to make sure that everybody fully understands decisions made today to kick the can down the field is going to make things even more difficult next year. Not just a little bit more, but significantly more difficult next year. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor McDougall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mayor Collier, for lead in on that. Looking at slide 4, specifically, it gives us some brackets and some ideas. My understanding is 3.6% is what we're kicking into next year. Base pressure is 3.5, 0.2, and then when you sum up regional service enhancements, I think I came up with 3.24%, 0 for police, and I negated assessment growth, which gives me 10.36% for next year. Does that sound correct through you, Mr. Chair?
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah, I would just caution that, so there's two components to the police. There would be base pressures that would be sort of non-discretionary, and then any service enhancements as well. So I think we'd be hard pressed not to have any base pressures on the police side next year as well.
So that's the low end. The other side is 3.6, and then taking base pressures as 5%. regional services as you have in the slide, or as the slide says at 3.24. I took police at 3%, which is, just what the Ash elected budget had. And that gives us 14.86%. Does that sound about reasonable for you, Mr. Chair?
Oh, sorry, yes.
So looking at the slide from before, and it says 3% is $9 a year. The first number at 10.36% turns into $31 a month, or $373 a year. And the larger number at 14.86% turns into $535 a year, or $44 a month. Does that sound correct to you, Mr. Chair?
Yeah, yeah.
So regardless whether, even if police is zero, we're still looking at $400 a year for a resident, or upwards to probably close to $600 a year. Is that correct? Through you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, it depends. To some extent, it depends on where you finish this year, but yes.
So someone said earlier that we are not deciding next year's budget today. But in essence, by kicking this down the road, are we not hedging what the budget will look like next year? Through you, Mr. Chair?
You are.
We are. Okay, so we may not be deciding the exact number for next year, but we're deciding what the outlook will look like. Is that fair to say?
Well, part of that, the money you're taking from reserves will have to be made up somewhere next year. So that is an actual number.
Sorry, for clarity on that, through you, Mr. Chair, the money we're taking from reserves will be replaced in this outlook from the operating perspective. Will it be replaced in the actual reserves itself?
No.
Through the chair, no. No, it wouldn't. All we would be, for 2027, what we would be doing is, instead of having reserve fund financing come in, we would still have sort of reserve and reserve fund financing coming in for one times, but that $34 million wouldn't be coming into finance, and we need to replace that with tax levy. And that's what that piece is. In terms of making the reserves whole,
correct.
That would be in addition if we were to do that.
Okay, and then in terms of the investments that we have, the money, the interest that we're earning on reserves, are the increases that or are the investment money that we're receiving on the reserves, does that equal the inflation? I know it's a difficult question, on the basket of goods that we're purchasing with the reserves?
Through the chair, and thank you for the question, because it gives me an opportunity to, if I could, circle back to Councillor Brenner's question, because I have an answer for him now. But to answer your question, so it does in some way help towards it, but it isn't matching it, because most of our capital assets are on the construction price index, which is at a much higher inflationary pressure than what we're seeing on our reserves and reserve funds invested. So it does not keep pace. And I will also say, when we do our capital modeling, we do take into account forecasted interest revenues when we're projecting out our reserve fund balances, and when we're applying it against what our capital demands are. And if I could, through the chair, to go back to Councillor Brenner's question, and I apologize for not having it at my fingertips when you asked. There's about, and again, I just want to reiterate that we're required to put this interest revenue into these reserves, reserve funds, and development charges. That's in accordance with legislation and with policy. We're looking at about 70 million that is going in interest rates, interest into those funds.
So through you, Mr. Chair, so it looks great. The large investment number that we get back on the reserves looks great, but when we go to build something such as Seton and we budget $90 million and it turns into be $168 million, we're actually probably short in our reserves for what we need. Through you, Mr. Chair.
That is correct.
Okay, so this Get Ash elected budget will actually leave us short by $30 million in the reserves when we're trying to construct stuff with those reserves.
Over $30 million.
Okay, thank you. And then the following question is the tax when we've directed, through the motion, it says that there's 3% to be used from the tax levy, 3.6 to come from the reserves. It's been suggested that 30 officers are being funded through the reserves, but I don't think the motion actually speaks to direct where the 3%, what the 3% is funding and what the 3.6 from reserves is funding. Is that correct to say, through you, Mr.
Go
Chair?
ahead, please.
Through you, Mr. Chair, it was confirmed by DRPS at Committee of the Whole that the additional 0.6% or slightly less than that was for 30 officers. So that funding is coming from a reserve, and those 30 officers would have funding for 1 year, but they would not be included in the base.
Okay, very good. But on the other items, that's not directing what comes from reserves and what comes from the tax levy. Through you, Mr. Chair.
With respect to the region's share of the budget, again, we'll have to come back in the new year with how to finance that in the absence of, right now, there is absolutely no increase recommended for the region. So we've got our pressures down to 3.1%, but it's literally all reserve funded. And I will just remind council that 2.6 of that 3.1% is base pressures that we have to pay.
Okay, and so to be clear, the budget as approved last week was for 6.6%. What was also approved was a tax levy increase, which is different than a budget increase. The Get Ash elected tax levy increase is 3.3% only, which is very different than a budget increase of 6.6%. Is that correct to you, Mr. Chair?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I would say that is correct. The tax increase was capped at 3%, and the only reduction of those recommended to council that was taken was the 311 expansion, which was a $1.2 million saving, but essentially the region's budget was intact without a revenue source to cover it.
Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Mayor Jubb and Mayor Ash, can you take the chair, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you to either,
Just
oh,
one second.
sorry.
Kevin, can you take the chair?
Thank you, Chair. Through you to either the CAO or the Commissioner of Finance, just two questions. Briefly, it was discussed on Friday, I believe. The federal budget and what's been proposed needs to be obviously approved in the new year. Are we expecting possible some major funds that was announced in that budget?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we are in discussions with Build Canada Homes and their federal department counterparts on funding for our social housing revitalization and some of our other housing priorities. That is not confirmed yet. I should point out, however, that similarly, we'd be looking to the federal government to access infrastructure funds. To date, though, the infrastructure funding appears to be tied to a provincial match and a reduction in development charges, which makes it very difficult for us. In addition, our 10-year plans, both for infrastructure and for housing and homelessness, does incorporate assumptions around federal funding. So it's not, we're not going to be getting funding out of the blue that we did not expect that will address pressures.
Okay, thank you. And next, a lot of talk about services here, and I think it was 2 years ago, I seconded a motion for a core services review. To the acting chair, you're looking good, by the way.
Thank you.
If we wanted to bring that forward, this wasn't passed, this wasn't carried by this council. We denied a core services review. I would probably say that that decision would likely be changed right now with these discussions. What would be the process to ask for a core services review to give us some specific recommendations throughout 2026 into the 27 budget?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I would think you can ask staff to draft terms of reference that we would bring back to council. I think I would want to be very careful with respect to how those terms of reference are positioned. Often core services reviews simply come back and talk about our legislated service levels. So for example, regions are only required to operate one long-term care home. We have 4, about to be 5. We're not required to directly operate childcare. So they tend to come back with recommendations like that as opposed to looking at other service issues, but I would think a motion where staff are asked to come back with the objectives in terms of reference to council would be the best way forward. I will also point out, for an organization our size, we're probably talking of about at least $500,000, which I don't need to say is not included in the budget.
Okay, thanks for that. And yeah, we in Brock did a core services review 2 years ago, found significant savings that we're implementing now. Would that be appropriate in today's meeting, or would that be at a future meeting? Okay, so if this, obviously the majority supported the recommendation on Friday, so we would think first thing in the new year, if we wanted time to get a proper core services review done, if this budget is supported at 3% today. Just looking for timeline, sorry.
I think a timeline for a core service review, you're looking at the end of 2026. Thank you.
Okay, so basically, if a core services review did go forward, it would be basically a recommendation to the next council to implement. Okay, thank you very much. That's all, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Marin-Pietri.
Good morning, Chair. Just wondering what the mechanism used to reduce the water and sewer rate was.
Sorry, through the chair, I apologize, Councillor Marin-Pietri. Do you mind just re-asking the question? I'm not sure I understood it. I apologize.
What was the mechanism used to reduce the water and sewer rate?
Do you mean, Councillor, to reduce it to the 5%
Yep.
that was recommended?
Yes.
So through the chair, there were a number of strategies we looked at in terms of trying to bring that rate increase in where it is. Similar to the same strategies we used on the property tax side. So we used our line-by-line review savings. We looked at historical trends. We recommended use of reserve and reserve fund for one-time items the same way we did on the property tax budget as well. We reflected all customer growth in there the same way we look at assessment growth in this budget. So we follow the very same strategies on both budgets.
Okay. What's the sum of our total budget for the region of Durham?
So are we talking about gross expenditures or net expenditures? I just want to clarify. Are you talking about what the gross expenditures are, or are you talking about the amount that would be required to recover from user rate and from property tax?
No, I'm talking about the property tax rate, separate of user rates.
Okay, sorry, through the chair, I appreciate the clarification. So with the use, so based on the recommendation that's before council right now, it is roughly 1.3 billion.
And adding the user rates?
So the user rates add another 300,000 onto that roughly. So you'd be looking at roughly 1.33.
Okay. What would the percentage, the reduction of 3% mean to the overall budget for the region of Durham? In a percentage number, because we get the number 34 million, and I get that, but what would that mean to the overall picture of the budget?
So for clarity, Councillor Marin-Pietri, the numbers I just quoted you took into account using that $34 million in reserve funds, so it would be higher if we didn't. The implication or the percentage is 3.6%.
No, but what would the overall reduction from the 3 point whatever percent to that budget, to that 1 point whatever billion dollar amount, what would that mean?
3.6%. Reduction.
I don't think we're understanding this. I appreciate that.
Apologies.
Yeah,
if I
not a
haven't
problem.
understood.
Not a problem.
I think you're referring to the $35 million that we would be looking to find. That's what it would be.
What would that mean in the overall budget?
It would be either withdrawing that amount from reserve funds, therefore limiting, increasing the pressure on reserve funds going forward,
okay.
or it would require service reductions.
Okay, that's not what I was asking, but we'll carry on. Do we have a handle on the average of other regional municipalities in the province of Ontario relative to us? Because my calculation is 4.174 would be the increase in other municipalities, which puts us at a variance of 2.426 more than any other regional municipality in the province of Ontario, which is a variance of almost $20 million in comparisons. That's just my math. So I'll just ask a few more questions regarding the...
Sorry, Councilor Marin-Pietri.
Yeah.
I was a little confused on your math. Can you do that again,
Sure.
please?
All right, Niagara is at 3.59, Peel's at 3.36, York Region's at 4.28, Halton's at 4.6, Waterloo's at 5.1, And if you take the average of that and apply it to the 6.6 that we had as a proposed increase, we are 2.426 higher than the average of those municipalities.
Yeah.
Okay. So can I continue to ask some questions? Because those are the facts. That's what I found online.
So just one second. Yeah.
I'm just looking at Nicole. I'm not sure all of the regions have actually approved their budget at this point, but I know Nicole meets with her fellow treasurers and may be able to shed some light on that.
Sure.
Yeah, so I'm not sure that all of those have been approved. Certainly York has been approved. Some of them also report differently. So as an example, York also has an increase in addition to their tax rate for an infrastructure levy that I believe is 1 or 1.25. I apologize on top of that. And then some of them are waiting on the police side as well. So some of the numbers that they're reporting are just the regional impacts that may or may not include
Sure.
police.
This is inclusive of all those. This is the inclusive number, so I appreciate that. I did a little bit of homework. Just want to ask what the overall cost is for professional consultants for the region of Durham in 2026 budget.
So I'd have to get, I apologize, I wasn't expecting that question. I would have to get back to you on the specifics on what we have in for professional and technical consulting. It would
Sure.
be mostly on the capital side, I can say, is that we use professional and technical consulting on a lot of our road projects for specialized service. We actually find it to be more cost effective than hiring those expertise in-house in order to deliver those specialized sort of services. I don't know if anyone else has anything else they wish to add to that, but.
And I appreciate that. Under better circumstances financially, I think maybe we would rely a little more on professional consultants, but I do believe that there's an opportunity to look at that. Do we still provide $500,000 to a consultant to provide government relations for this government?
We do retain Strategy Corps through a competitive process, but it is not $500,000.
How much is it?
I believe it's significantly less. I'm just looking at Executive Director Burgess. Do you have a number, Allison?
Yes, through the chair, I think it's 110,000 a year.
Okay. How many hires have we performed since the pandemic through the region of Durham?
Councillor, we don't have all those numbers rolled up in front of us.
Do we have a number maybe for last year?
Nicole, do you recall for last year?
I will get that number for you. I don't have it right here, but I will get that number for you.
Sure. How many hires for next year?
Well, the hires, a big part of the
That should be
hires.
part of the
are
presentation.
For Seton, but go ahead.
We have Nicole will get the numbers. The largest hire is for the Seton Long-Term Care Facility. The second highest is for police at 117, I believe. And when you look at regional programs, I think we're in the area of 50 hires, predominantly in work, given the magnitude of projects that they are managing and implementing at this time.
So would that be the average year over year, or is this a higher year than last?
I think Seton is an anomaly because we're opening a new 24/7 operation. With respect to the rest of the region, we have really forced departments to scale back on staff, and the numbers are significantly lower than we would ideally have recommended, especially in the area of works where they're responsible for implementing projects so that we can get servicing to the lands where, that are required to meet the housing targets. So no, the hiring proposed by the region itself outside of Seton this year is lower.
So let me get this straight. We reduced the employment complement for the region of Durham, or we increased it since the pandemic?
We increased the employment
Okay.
component for the region of Durham by approximately 50 positions.
So 50 positions since the pandemic?
No, that
No,
would be.
Councillor, that's for this year.
That's for.
Oh, it's just
Coming.
this year, okay. I appreciate that understanding. It'd be good to get the numbers for the professional consultants as well as the hires. I would just ask that, because it brings me to the understanding of the 6.6. 6.6%, who set that rate? Was that the council?
Council.
Yes. So what was staff's desired rate previous to that?
Councillor, staff recommended an increase of, I believe, 6.5%. We then brought in a budget at 6.1%. Council approved 6.5% as our target, so that is the target that we worked towards, and that includes 3% for DRPS. The region's portion of the budget came in at about 3.1, and as we know, DRPS's was increased to 3.5.
Would that have been staff's number if they didn't get a target from council?
Our best professional advice was that a 6.5% target was the best way forward for the year. We were able to amend that to a 6.1% when we came forward. So that was our best professional advice to council. It's up to council whether or not to accept that advice.
So council was in fact proposed a very similar target by staff. So it wasn't really council, it was the advice of staff. Now, let me ask you, if council set a target of 3, would staff come in at 3, or would they come in at 6.5?
Had council set a target for us when the target was set at 3%, we would have come in with a budget of 3% that would have included significant service cuts. I will just remind you, councillor, that at 3%, DRPS is coming in at 3.5. So we're already 500,000 into the reserves before we even get to the region's base pressures, let alone any enhanced services. Our base pressures were 2.6% this year, for going into 26, sorry.
It's unfortunate that we're making the lightning rod DRPS. I'd rather not. I'd rather take a look at the numbers that we spent on professional consultants, on the practice that we've imposed in terms of hires, and consider the fact that the budget is much larger than I think the reduction is imposing. I think that if you look at corporations such as Amazon, this year alone, they've reduced their working complement by 14,000.
Yeah,
and I'm going to get to my question.
Presentation, so.
Are you aware that there are multinationals that have taken the same reductions to their budgets in order to maintain a competitive outlook and provide service to their shareholders? In our case, it would be the taxpayer.
So in fairness, the region is a not-for-profit business.
Yeah.
And we do have mandatory
Okay,
services that we perform.
I'll go to the Government of Canada. Government of Canada has a $60 billion reduction in CRA alone, $3.6 billion in global affairs, and that's a not-for-profit as well.
We don't need
I'm
to
just
go
giving
back.
you some numbers here.
Yeah, but we need to stay to the presentation.
Yeah. So relative to the presentation, we have an opportunity, I'm told, I understand through you, Chair, to arrive at a number that potentially council could have set, knowing some of the financial pressures that were on the horizon. Is that correct? We can arrive at this number by way of this budget? Or is this something that is not going to be arrived at because we're going to look at some sensational cuts as opposed to looking at some efficiencies that may require us to do business differently?
Staff operate at the will of council.
Okay, but my question is, the priorities that are going to be set in order to make sure that we get to 3%, are they going to be sensational? Or are they going to look at things that, as Councillor Nicholson indicated, will not be disruptive, but give us an opportunity to do things differently, do business differently as a region?
Staff will bring items to council, and council will make the decision.
Okay. So I would just ask this again. Everything is on the table? Or are we just going to pick and choose what may look really bad so that we're forced to go up to a number that I don't believe the taxpayers have an appetite for year
Staff are not going to create items that to make us look bad. The staff will bring a list of items that council will make the decision.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Mayor Carter. Good morning.
First of all, good morning, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much. Questions in regards to the presentation. So I just want to kind of get some clarity from what I heard or what I thought I heard. So what is the annualization positions for 2027? What is the percentage impact that is being estimated by finance?
So through the chair, the estimated impact excluding DRPS positions, so just
Yes.
the regional positions.
Yes, please.
Would be approximately 19 million.
What would that represent in regards to percentage, please?
Oh, apologies.
That's okay.
Just a sec here. I'm just, oh, shoot, sorry.
19 million is 2%.
0.2%, roughly.
0.02%?
Point
Or
two, no, just 0.2.
2%.
0.2%.
Okay.
2%. It's 2%,
And
not 0.2.
through your estimation, because you guys are looking at everything, what do you think cost of living index will have to take into consideration in 2027? Are you looking at 2%, 3%? Is that what you're looking at?
So right now, inflation is tracking above 2%,
Yeah.
but that's on common goods.
Yeah.
Our increases tend to, because of the commodity of goods that we buy, it tends to be much higher than that, especially on the construction side, which can see, 7-8% increases there.
So can I just for argument's sake, I'm going to say 3%, even though that's a little less. Do we have an estimate on regards to what we've experienced so far and looking forward in regards to tariff impact? I'm going to presume it's probably minimum. I don't think that it's going to be quite significant. And I'm just speaking on, I know at the City of Oshawa, with all our efforts, I think it's been quite minimal in regards to the tariff aspect, except for in major purchases such as fire engines or fire trucks, which we have no control, or garbage trucks, believe it or not, side loaders. So just wondering. So to the question about impact of tariffs.
Yeah, so certainly we have not seen any significant impacts yet.
That's fair. I want to just clarify, I thought I heard you say in your presentation that we already don't have enough money in our reserves. Is that correct?
That is correct.
That is correct. So to right-size our reserves, there's only one place we get them from. So what would be necessary in regards to addressing that? Is it a 2% impact on our budget, 1% on our budget? Is it 5%? I don't know.
So through the chair, yes, we would, so certainly we'll have to look at, based on our current capital forecast and based on what our current reserve funds are in capital, we're going to have to look at putting increases in. So one example we had this year was there's a recommendation in this budget for a 3% increase for road rehabilitation. That's in part to address those pressures, and that's a multi-year phase-in strategy in order to address those pressures. So we had 3 million additional last year, or in our 25 budget, we've got 3 million in this year. That's projected to need to increase it's actually projected to need to increase on a $4 million basis. But what we've been able to accomplish in the last 2 years is only 3. So
your strategy, would it be to increase the reserve contributions by 1% or 2% over the next 5 years on a yearly basis to be able to try and build your reserves?
That's correct, yes.
So do you have a number that your team has been working on that is reasonable in regards to being able to accomplish?
Yeah, so we're trying to keep those rate increases in line with what inflation is, so 2-ish%.
Okay.
We
All
haven't
right.
been able to accommodate that, though, every year going forward.
All right, so you're looking at, that's just on the reserves aspect. I didn't know if I heard you correctly, and that's the reason why I asked you. I keep on hearing about the new long-term care facility, the analyzation of those positions, that's already being taken into account when I asked you about the analyzation positions of 2027, I presume.
That's correct. In terms of this year, there's about $5.1 million increase in this year's budget is for Seton. The annualization costs associated with Seton is upwards of 12 additional million next year, so a much bigger impact than what we're seeing this year.
So you're looking at maybe a 1% that we're going to have to be looking at. If it's 12 million and 19 million is 2, so maybe 1%, is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, through the chair, yes. And of course, we're looking at all opportunities to try to trim those impacts, but yes, that's what we're facing right now.
Okay, all All right. And we haven't even talked about, and I know that you do your due diligence in regards to what you're also trying to take into consideration. I talked about annualization. We have contracts we've got to sign this year, and I'm going to presume that pattern bargaining is somewhere between 3 and 4% over 3-year agreements. I'm going to presume that that has to be taken into consideration as you do your cost estimates moving forward. Am I correct or am I wrong? If I'm wrong, please tell me.
So certainly, I won't speak to the specific increases, but
Yeah.
yes, contractual increases, that is a big pressure for us. And we also know that the OMERS rate is increasing next year as well. So in addition to inflationary pressures on benefit costs, we will have that additional pressure facing us next
So
year.
could that be another 1%? I mean, would you be looking at it, and I'm not talking about the bargaining aspect because I don't want to show our hand. I know what pattern bargaining, but the OMERS component, is that quite significant?
It is. We
It
haven't.
is.
Yeah.
Now, do you know is it like 1% or 0.5% or?
I apologize.
Yeah,
I don't have. We haven't
it's-
modeled the exact impacts of all of
Okay.
those, but we know that one of our biggest pressures, in addition to annualization and debt servicing costs, the biggest one is our salary increases, both on the benefit side
Right.
and on the salary side of it as well,
Right.
and that makes up a very significant portion of what our base pressures are. It could be upwards of 2-ish to 3-ish%.
I have 3 categories that I'm just wondering about if we've seen increase from provincial and federal funding. One is public safety. Number 2 is health directly. And number 3 is social services. Have we seen percentage increases from the federal and provincial government in regards to those 3 categories?
So in terms of, I'll start with health. So from a public health perspective, there is 1% the province has committed to. So we are budgeting.
Increase over last year?
Increase over
Okay,
last year of
thank
their
you.
level of funding.
Okay.
On the paramedic side, their increases have been greater. So they're actually funding to a formula of recovery levels. So we've been increasing our service enhancements on the paramedic side over the last couple of years. The province has matched those in terms of the percentage they fund. So it is increasing at par where health is not. On the social services side, the big funding that's coming in, we have seen some increases in long-term care, and certainly with the increase in the CWALK program on the childcare side, we have seen some increases there. On the housing and homelessness, I would say flat, and I would say the projection that we're seeing from the feds in the province is actually a decrease in funding, not an increase. And on the public safety side of things, I don't like speaking for police, but what I see in terms of their grants is very flat, with the exception of I know they were able to achieve some grant funding for their marine and for their air support units as well.
So that's concerning because if you look at the homeless and mental health and addiction file, that file has grown by 300% in a very short period of time, and we're seeing flat there. And so one way or another, that's going to have to be met up by this council. And public safety, I'm hearing flat. That what we're hearing is under this the new Police Services Act, that's also another 3%. And I'm presuming as you're modeling not just this year, but you're modeling outward. I don't mean to put words in your mouth, but from your information and my questioning and just my simple math, because I'm a simple guy, it's not just this year, but it is, in my estimation, over the next 5 years, that we are looking at significant financial challenges and hardships that our region is going to have to face. And I think that what that really represents and reflects is has to be cost-cutting measures to be able to operate our region. Is that a fair statement?
So I think, yes, and I think it's very challenging too, because in these tough economic times, there's increased demand for many of the very critical services that we provide to our residents, whether that's on the housing homelessness side, on our social services side, on our health side, on our police side. So many of our services, actual spending tends to need to increase in times of affordability, and it is a struggle.
I know my time has expired. I appreciate it. I'll be speaking to the report or the recommendation, but I appreciate the opportunity to ask those questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for guiding me through that, Nicole.
Councillor Leahy?
Thank you, Chair. Through you to staff. So appreciate your presentation this morning. I guess my first question is around the head count. So just looking for confirmation. So my understanding and talking through staff in the past at finance, so our total head count currently is what is it, like 6,200 or 6,500? What's the total head count for the region when you put everything together?
Yes, so before any proposed increases for this year, excluding DRPS, were 4,683, give or take.
Okay, so that's 4,000. And then there's a 458 proposal to increase that head count by 458?
So that includes 116 for DRPS and the positions for the Seton Long-Term Care Home of roughly 226.
Yeah, so the budget includes the DRPS head count, but your previous number does not include DRPS, and that's, what, 1,500 people?
Yeah, so sorry, instead of 459 new positions, we'd have to subtract 116 off of those. Correct.
Okay, fair enough. Just want to make sure that, because the budget's talking about police head count, but you're not talking about that. So I understand, just for clarity. Of those 4,650, what did you say?
Yes, 4,683.
Okay, so 4,683. So I guess what's the breakdown there between union and non-unionized positions? Do you have a ballpark?
I apologize. I don't have that breakdown, and I can see if we can get you that, but I don't have that here. Sorry.
Yeah, no, just curious. It would be helpful to know, because that leads to my next question. If we were, and looking away to try and rein in cost pressures, if we were looking to have a 0% increase for next year for, let's say, members of council and non-unionized staff for 1 year as a temporary measure, do you have a sense of how much money that would save?
That's a very difficult question to answer, Councillor. I'm not sure where we would even start. In general terms, with respect to unionized versus non-unionized staff, we generally assume it's like between 75 and 80% union, but obviously that's not a calculated number. I'm going off the top of my head. A number of our non-union staff, especially in the works area, have workloads beyond what should be reasonably allocated to a specific project manager or manager. So we do have some issues there that we did not address this year because of the fiscal pressures. So it's very hard to say yes, zero increase on non-unionized staff, given that there is a requirement to properly manage, especially our capital program.
Yeah, I appreciate that, and I did try to reach out to the commissioner yesterday, but I know she was very overwhelmed, and I appreciate that. So that's something that I'll be speaking to. So I'm hopeful between now and the afternoon we can at least get a ballpark, because there must be some sense of what the non-unionized staff is.
But in fairness to staff, Councillor Leahy, there are things that we do that are essential, governed by acts. For example, if you're talking about staff, you need to talk about things like wastewater and drinking water. There is regulations that guarantee that we will maintain a standard. Once you get outside of that standard, council takes the responsibility under the Clean Water Drinking Act. So, and on a side note, I drove by 2 broken water mains the other day. I was thankful that we had staff, but the coldest day of the year, you've got members of our team in a February when it's minus 20 outside in a hole trying to get water back onto a neighborhood. Once you start to cut back, our ability to do that means that we go to contractors. So I'm sorry to interrupt, but please continue.
No, thank you. I appreciate your insight. My next question is around the removal from the reserve. So I've heard two numbers, 34 or 35. Is it 34 or is it $35 million?
So the exact amount coming out of the reserve is 34.139 million. That's where the difference is between the 6.6 and the 3%.
Perfect. I appreciate that. And then you've also talked about different numbers on the reserve amount. So did we get a total of what the committed and non-committed amount of reserves, like the total amount that we earn interest on that hasn't been spent as of this December?
Yes, so that was the number I spoke to in the slide. And that amount is 1.162 billion reserve fund.
Okay, so if we were to use a one-time $34 million on that 1.1 reserve, so it's about approximately a 3% draw?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, no, I appreciate that. And my last question on that previous thing, so if we're looking at the different piece, are we not concerned about the extra pressures and the cost of living pressures that we're putting on residents? Like, I understand, like, we're well above inflation. You said inflation's tracking a little over 2%.
Sorry, Councillor, that's really a question for Council to answer. We brought forward a budget that, as I said earlier, was based on our best professional advice, given the essential needs of many of our programs and our ongoing pressures. So beyond that, it's up to Council to determine the extent to which it wishes to increase the property tax base.
No, and I appreciate that. So if when I go online, inflation's tracking to around 2.1, 2.2%, and if we don't reduce that, we're at 6.6%, is that reasonable to say that we're tracking 3 times inflation?
No, I don't think that is reasonable. I think also it's important to separate the region and DRPS. This makes it sound like the region is increasing the budget by 6.5% on its programs, and that is not the actual fact at all. In terms of tracking inflation, as you heard earlier, is more the construction index that we do need to look at, which tends to be inflating at a greater rate than the consumer price index. In addition, the impact of tariffs will begin to show up on that, I believe, in 2026 as we advance some of our capital projects, given the impact on steel and other critical components of our capital program.
No, and I appreciate that piece. And then for on the capital propane, I know we're starting to grow on our borrowing capacity. What is our currently, based on the proposed budget of 2.2 million and the max requirements within the Municipal Act? How much have we borrowed to date, and what's our maximum ceiling for borrowing as of at the end of this year?
So we're certainly within our maximum borrowing limits. It's set based on a percentage of your revenues, and it's aligned with debt servicing costs. We haven't received the updated one yet from the ministry with respect to what additional capacities we have there, but certainly anything that is proposed is within that cap.
And I appreciate that, and that's a good news. I guess my question is based on the information that we got last year and what our ceiling is. Like, how far are we away from our debt ceiling?
So I would have to translate that into a debt number. I apologize, I can get back to you with that.
Okay, I appreciate. Those are all my questions. Thank you, Chair.
Mayor Foster?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and please correct me if I am oversimplifying, because I may likely oversimplify. Firstly, we heard from staff that the direction to staff is somewhat unclear in terms of where the funds are coming from through you to the CAO. When we get to the report, will we have some concise verbiage such that you have the explicit instructions that you can move forward with? Can we make sure that we have those? And
Yes, we can ensure that that happens. The simplest thing is simply to amend what was recommended at Committee of the Whole to include both reserves and reserve funds.
Okay.
But I think it's also imperative that we look at possible service impacts as opposed to taking everything from the reserves. So latitude to look at that would also be beneficial.
So this is where I want to go back. So you came a few months ago to council with the best advice of staff, an increase of 6.5, 6.6, can't recall the exact number. And that was asking staff for direction. My recollection is that we gave you that direction, but we also asked you, I'm going to call it a menu of ways of bringing it down, and we voted on that as well, did we not?
Yes, we were asked to come forward with what we would need to do to reduce by 0.48 and to reduce by 1.48. Those were all itemized in the report. Council voted on each of them individually, and the only one that was endorsed was expanding 311 to a 24/7 operation at a cost of 1.2 million.
So I'm just trying to get to how we got here, where staff have done exactly what council asked of you. So I'm curious, we've got the recommendations that you provided that were not accepted earlier, and I don't quite understand what we are asking of you. Do you understand what we're at? So it's reduce it more, but you already provided options to reduce. So I'm confused. I hope you're less confused than I am.
No, to be honest, we're a little confused ourselves. The message that I took away was we were to find $34 million from reserve or reserve funds pending that amendment. But I'm also hearing a lot of talk today about finding alternative savings and looking at service levels without doing anything that's too controversial, which is very difficult for staff to manage. So it's not very clear. I think we will need some clarification in terms of today's motions with respect to what we are doing before we come back in January. But as I said in our presentation, ideally, council will agree to a tax levy increase today, and then we can take it from there.
Okay, and fair enough, we've heard comments about 27, so we are not debating the 27 budget, but what we do today is setting the table.
Yes, it is.
And the 34.139, we're talking about replacing that. When you're talking about replacing it, we're not putting it back in the bank, so to speak. We're simply replacing it off of the list. So that 34 is gone. And the interest off of that 34, which I'm guessing is between $1 million, $1.5 million bucks.
1.7.
1.7. You've already done the numbers, Mr. Chair. Which digs a slightly deeper hole. I'm curious on assessment growth. When I read that, how does assessment growth in the 26 budget look to the assessment growth that we saw for 25, or at least estimated? Part of the challenge is we're not done 25 yet.
I'm going to pass this over to Nicole, but we are anticipating that next year's growth will be as limited as this year's was.
Yes, so the amount of assessment growth for reducing this year's budget was 1.71%.
So sorry, how does that relate to, so I'm looking at 25 versus 26.
Oh, apologies. Yes, so 2020, last year's amount was, just one second, I have that right here. So last year's amount was 2.09, I believe.
Okay, perfect. And I share the fear of that. I think things are going to pick up, but I don't see that quickly. And I know there was just recently some chat on borrowing, but using the bank account to fund ongoing operational issues is typically a bad idea. We are in unusual times. We'll see how council moves forward. Borrowing to fund ongoing operational issues. So now we're not only losing interest, but we are paying interest, digs a deeper hole. My fear, and we all know how politics work, after an election in 2027, our legacy, this council's legacy, is going to be burdening the next council with 27, and they will rightly stand up and say, "Look at what those guys did." So I have concerns. I don't know where we're going to land. I don't know what I'm going to support, but I have some very deep concerns. Madam CEO, to your staff, bless them. Mr. Chair, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Yamato?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to staff, would you have a sort of a ballpark range in terms of figures of the amount that we spend on professional consultants across departments?
I believe Nicole already answered that. We don't have a rolled up number, but it's predominantly in the technical services area related to capital projects.
So, my apologies. When you come back, what kind of consultancy work could be paused, deferred, or brought in-house in 2026?
That's something we can look at. I don't think there's a lot of consulting services across departments. Again, it's primarily things like engineering, architecture, and design in our works department. But we will totally take a look at that, and we do every year, to be honest. Look at what we've spent on consultants. Do we need less? Is there a way to find more efficiency? So it is reviewed as part of the budget process, and it's not a large number.
Thank you.
Okay, members of council, just one question to our treasurer. When you borrow from a reserve fund, the money is gone, but so is the interest that goes to support projects that are dedicated to a reserve fund that usually tend to come back underfunded. So without the interest rate, the interest received, and without the reserve funds, we will have to make that money up somewhere else.
Correct.
Go ahead.
Sorry, correct, yes.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Kerr, you are between us and lunch.
And I will be my usual succinct self. I just have 3 summary questions, so if I can summarize what's been discussed here this morning. First of all, would it be correct to say that the proposed original unreduced by reserves 6.04% budget would result in a cost increase to the average household of $18 a month?
That's what staff has said.
Thank you. And with the reserve-induced decrease to 3%, that amount, if I have it correct, would be $9 a month.
You are correct.
And from what I've been able to glean from this morning's questioners, the result of that would put pressure on next year's budget, including a range of projections of where the increases would come on top of the deficiency that this reserve-reduced budget would create, and it would result in an amount of something near $44 a month for the average household. Is that correct? Did I get that correct?
Yes.
I'm getting a nod.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, members of council, that exhausts the speakers list. Lunch is in the back. May I suggest we break till 1 o'clock? Oh, it's actually in the Oshawa room. So I'm going to say till 1 o'clock. Moved by Councillor Chapman, seconded by Mayor Carter, that we recess till 1 o'clock. All those in favor? In opposition? Seeing none, we are in recess, Mr. Clerk. Members of council and staff, please take your seats. Yep. Oh, somebody left a ginger ale on my desk. Is that yours? Is that mine? Is this mine? Oh, I guess it is now. Okay.
Okay, we're good to go.
Okay, members of council, I'll call this meeting back to order. Mr. Clerk, a roll call, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Electronic roll call is starting now.
Okay. Okay. We have quorum? We have quorum, Mr. Clerk? Okay, we'll move on. Mayor Barton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm going to put forward a motion to amend the agenda to bring forward item number 2 of the special council meeting on December the 2nd. And just so everyone knows, that's to bring the budget forward so we can talk about it now.
Okay, so your motion is to alter the agenda to bring item 2 of the committee of the whole report forward?
That's correct.
Okay, Mr. Clerk, simple majority?
Do you want a second or?
Looking for a seconder, seconded by Councillor Gerard. And it's a simple majority, so record a vote called by Councillor Nicholson.
Is it 9.6? Is it 9.6? Yeah, okay.
Yeah. And whenever you're ready, Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Recorded vote on changing the order of business is starting now.
Okay, so that carries. Mr. Clerk, the item is brought forward. Do we need a motion to move it now?
Yes, it needs to be put on the floor.
Okay, so members of council, the item has now been brought forward. We need a motion to move it. Same mover, Mayor Barton? Same seconder? I'll go to the Chair of Finance. Moved by the Chair of Finance, seconded by Councillor McDougall. Okay, members of council, the budget is now on the floor. Pardon? So we're now on to item number 2, committee whole, which is the regional business plans and budget.
So I understand what I'm doing here. Did Councillor Ash just move the 3%?
It's on the floor, yes.
Welcome to the good side.
Okay, so members of council, I have a whole huge speakers list here. I'm not sure that the speakers list is generated to speak or you did it for attendance, but I am going to go to the mover first, which is the Chair of Finance, Mayor Ash.
I have an amendment to the budget, and it's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Mayor Foster, and it reads as follows. That the Cal report with the budget recommendation referred back to staff with a direction to cap the tax increase to 4.8%, which is effectively the amount between 3 by the Cal recommendation and the 6.6 that is currently required to fund our services. This will be achieved without reducing or amending the approved 2026 Cal Police budget. And finally, that staff be directed to report with the adjustments to expenses and/or adjustments to reserves or reserve funds to the January 2026 council meeting. And it's moved by Mayor Foster, second by Mayor Foster.
Okay. So did you want to speak to it?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll offer some comments today that some of my colleagues won't like, and some of them might even take offense to them. Please don't.
Okay, quiet.
I took that in the levity that it was meant to do, so there's no problem there. This budget that we're talking about today is a political budget rather than the fiscal plan. Embrace the fact that it's designed for politicians to get reelected. After all, we are politicians. To say it is just fine. I'm listening to my constituents. People are hurting. Affordability crisis is real. I, for one, agree with all those statements. I like I said, embrace that fact. Be proud. Be noble about why you're doing it. But to suggest that it's a good fiscal plan, that is indeed a fantasy. If you don't believe me, listen to what the former Commissioner of Finance said, the new Commissioner of Finance said, the CAO, the regional chair, and me as Chair of Finance, and perhaps even the new Taylor at the police service. This is a bad fiscal plan with a huge hole. The Commissioner gave us some information earlier today that the region includes a 3.16, the 3.16 plus 024, or conservation, sorry, so 3.8% of the regional tax. Police represent 3.42%. So 6.6 in total is needed to properly fund the expenses that the committee approved last week, but we've limited to 3%. I'm asking to go halfway in between. This capped amount doesn't even pay for the monies needed to fund the increased regional operations. The 3.42 for police is not funded at all. It's coming entirely from reserves, and reserves are used to fund one-time costs. Police is not one-time cost. In fact, I got from the police service that 78% of the monies in their 2026 budget are salary and benefits. These are ongoing expenses. These are not one-time. Instead of me giving you a lecture today, let me read something that was on social media. And if it's on social media, we can all believe it. This comes from a resident who's not a keyboard warrior, not a member of Taxpayers Coalition, not a member of the Durham Freedom Fighters. It reads as follows. I've been watching the debate around Durham regional tax increases closely, and what has stood out to me is how it's being framed. Some councillors are presenting the reduction of the recommended tax increase as a kind of a moral victory, a fight for the people, a stand against high taxes, a moment where politicians can cast themselves as heroes protecting residents from an uncaring system and from the very staff they rely on for advice. That framing may be satisfying, but deserves some critique. No one likes higher taxes. I certainly don't. Most people don't wake up hoping their property taxes will go up. Excuse me. But taxes aren't raised because staff or council enjoy doing it. They go up because costs of delivering services go up. Labor goes up, infrastructure ages, materials cost more. Services get downloaded. These pressures exist whether council likes them or not, and whether residents are comfortable or not. When professional staff recommends a certain increase, they're not doing it to make life harder. They're doing it because, based on the information available, the level of funding is required to maintain services and meet obligation. Ignoring that advice is not inherently brave or principled. Sometimes it is simply risky. Using reserves to artificially suppress tax might feel clever in the short term, but it's not a sustainable model. If it were, it would be already standard practice. He goes on to make some comments about the theater we saw last week about the referendum, but I won't go into that. Even more troubling, though, is the tone that crept into the conversation for some politicians. The language that points critics as enemies, staff as obstacles, and disagreement as bad faith. Good governance depends on respectful challenge, professional advice, and the understanding that reasonable people can disagree without being cast as villains. We're heading into an election year. It's not surprising that we're seeing more performative politics, more simple narratives, more appeals to fear and anger. Those emotions are easy to manipulate. They're much harder to govern with. We deserve better than slogans and promises of cheaper living that may carry as much risk as payday loans. We deserve honesty about trade-offs, expertise, respect for expertise and decisions that hold on. And I know I only have a couple seconds left. So I want to suggest that this is a compromise. It's not the 3% cut. It's not as we need to be fully funded.
Must wrap up.
But it is halfway in between. And my final comment, Mr. Chair, if you might give me 10 more seconds. When I could consider all the people around this table my friends, and when friends come to you and say, friend, I need to talk to you, you should listen. And I'm asking today, listen.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Clerk, who was the seconder of the motion? Mayor Foster, did you wish to speak to this? Thank you.
Mr. Chair, thank you. I'm not going to be nearly as eloquent. I think we all came into chambers understanding that we would likely do what we are proposing now, which is a compromise of some point. Staff are going to come back. I want to thank again staff for the work that they have done and the work that we are tasking them with yet again. But Mayor Ash makes good points. I will opine that I've seen some emails from individuals that you have seen me spar with regularly over the past decade, individuals with whom I very seldom agree. And I find myself in a position where I'm agreeing with the criticism, both of the process and Madam CAO, you and I are going to talk about that later on, but the process that we've found ourselves working with, as well as, I'm choosing my words carefully, Mr. Chair, as well as the financial dynamics at work that can be more damaging as opposed to being helpful. And we are trying to be helpful to our residents, but moving forward, we may be doing far more damage than we expect. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pickles.
Thank you, Chair. I had originally put my name in to speak to the main motion, but I'm happy to speak to the amendment as well. I was planning to bring forward an amendment very similar to this motion, with the exception of the number, because I think it is important to give staff more time to figure out how to get to the number, more time than the 2 business days they had, because I'm sure they worked on the weekend too, and come back in January. And I did also want to introduce, besides reserves and reserve funds, the idea of adjustments to, I might have said expenditures, but I'm fine with the motion, other than the fact that my argument for a tax increase would have been the 3% with the addition of the funds necessary to annualize the Durham Police amendment that came through. There was about 5 million. So I was looking at 3.5 and then maybe suggesting 3.75 to make sure that the annual adjustments to the long-term care and the 50 some other positions were well covered. So Councillors Ash and Foster got to me first. Would it be appropriate to put forward an amendment to the amendment to introduce 3.75 rather than 4.8? Or would you need to deal with this motion first?
So the amendment to the amendment would be in order if you got a seconder.
I thought I heard crickets.
Okay, they're seconded by Councillor Leahy. So you need it in writing, and I need to see it, please. All amendments.
It's just changing the number 4.8 to 3.75.
That still needs to be, you need to produce it in writing. Mr. Clerk?
Okay.
So the amendment, So I understand it would be to change the 4.8 to 3.75. So the amendment's on the floor. Now, okay, sorry. So I have a speakers list here. So the seconder was Councillor Leahy. So Councillor Leahy on the amendment.
Thank you, through you, Chair, to staff. So, and I appreciate everybody's input and the budget negotiations to get a number that the majority of council is comfortable with. So my question to staff is if we go to, I was going to be around 4.8, but now I'm happy it's going to be the same question about 3.75. So at this rate, how much are we borrowing from reserves?
There we go. Thank you, Mayor Ash. The 3.75 percentage change would make a very minimal difference. And you have to let me do the math with Nicole for
Sure,
the
no
other
problem.
one. I can't do that in my head.
I got all day.
Just 1 second. So 0.75 of a percentage point is $7 million.
Is it 8 million?
So it's approximately $7 million difference. But Nicole will check, but I'm pretty sure I'm close.
So at 0.75% is about 7.4 million.
So I was off by a bit, so sorry. Okay.
Okay, thank you for the answer to that question. My next question is, I guess, partly a procedural question. So if we have amendments and other different things to this, we won't have an opportunity to do this because this will refer the whole budget back to staff?
Mr. Clerk? That's correct.
Okay. And I guess the challenge, and then will that be enough time for you to come back to the January council meeting, which I guess is about a month?
It will be tight, and we would report directly to council, but we will do our best.
And then for anyone's, at that point when it comes back, so any other amendments that are suggested, so they should be sent in writing to staff for consideration when that comes back to council in January?
And all questions, yes. Ahead of time so staff can be properly prepared.
Okay, so yeah, no, I appreciate any amendment and any push that lower the tax rate. Like as we just, again, continue to hear from residents, there's a really challenging time speaking out to different taxpayers. I can't remember all the different words that were suggested, but they're all true in that residents are really challenged. We have people that are not getting increases on fixed income. You name it, the challenges are across the board. And there are got to be some fundamental things that we have to look at differently to bring this down, because there are cost pressures, not just this year, but next year, 5 years, 10 years. We really have to look at doing things differently. And it might be making some hard choices and doing a little bit less, because we just, on the tax base of the region, we can't be all things to all people. And while we want to say that every program is sacred, we do need to make some tough choices. So I look forward to the budget coming back from staff in some way, shape, or form in January if this passes. And if not, I look forward to bringing further amendments. Those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Nicholson?
You know, I thought because I've been here a long time, off and on, that I'd heard just about everything. But I want to give my good friend, the Mayor Pickering, a new gold star for bringing something I hadn't heard before. He actually made a political speech accusing other people of being political. He argued long and hard that the motion that was passed at the Committee of the Whole was irresponsible, inappropriate, harmful to future budgets, harmful to the growth of the region. In fact, was basically a completely mistaken and ill-advised process. And then he did the same thing. He calls it compromise. I call it raising the bar. We had a majority vote at the Cow Committee. Majority of councilors present at that meeting adopted a recommendation to go to 3%. That's democracy. Everybody had their chance to have their say. Everybody was quite vocal in their approach. Our good mayor from Pickering was quite vocal in his opinion, and rightly so. He's entitled to it. But you can't, and I want to say this very clearly, you can't go to the P.T. Barnum School of Finance. You can't say you're in favor of aiding the taxpayers while you're reaching into their pocket. Those of us supported 3% said, we understand pressures. We also understand the pressures are not just on this body. And the pressures are not just on this corporation. The pressures are out there on the people who have to pay those taxes. And all the debate we had so far today, nobody's talked about them. Other than I say, Councillor Anderson did briefly touch on it, and he's right. This is a food on the table budget. This is a roof over your head budget. This is a paying your bills budget. And with respect, this motion, and the previous one at 48, isn't about the taxpayers paying their bills. It's about the corporation paying its bills. Except the taxpayers, if they have to pay, have to tighten their belt. But the region simply refuses to tighten its belt. And quite rightly so. And the only thing I will agree with some of the speakers previously is that business as usual is over. And I don't know how more some of us have to say that. I lived through this exact process in the late 90s and early 2000s, where the regional council and city councils raised taxes annually by 6-7%. After doing that for a number of years, the taxpayers hit a wall and they said, 0 and no more. You want to talk about service delivery impacts? Ask yourself, what is the service delivery impact of a 0 property tax site? And what is the long-term impact to our staff, to our operations, to our infrastructure, if that 0 goes for 5 years? Because the taxpayers simply cannot pay anymore. And if you think I'm making it up, I lived it. I sat in this chamber and watched this council of the day back then pass 0 increases. Because if they hadn't, they wouldn't have stayed on that council, period. And I watched our staff get 0 salary increases. I watched our infrastructure fall apart because we couldn't invest in what was needed. And I'm saying to you, with all due respect to all my colleagues and to our staff, if you don't get your head around that we have to wean ourselves off this ever-increasing tax hit, you're going to repeat history. Because the voters can't take any more. It's not about election. It's about the reality that people are going to be taxed out of their homes. Businesses are going to be taxed out of their future. Talk to your local business. They're not making money this year. They're eating up all their reserves from previous years. I can tell you, I know a business person with 20 employees who pays her employees and doesn't take a dime herself because she wants to make sure she keeps her employees. That's the kind of sacrifices that leadership in the business community are doing. But we're not seeing that same leadership, respectfully, here at the region.
You must wrap up, please.
If you want to raise services, if you want to increase staff, then you have to offset it with other cuts. You just can't, and I stress it, you just can't keep reaching into the taxpayer's pocket and saying, give me more, give me more, give me more. In closing, Councillor Ask called this an election budget. I say this respectfully. If you push through a massive increase, you won't have to worry about next year's election.
Mayor Collier?
Thank you, Chair. And respectfully, I'm not going to take shots at anybody, but respectfully, this is not how you do budgets. We developed a guideline, like it or not, that was a guideline. Staff came back below the guideline. We asked them to give us some scenarios of what certain percentage deductions look like. They did that. this council decided not to go with those recommendations. Throwing a dart at a dartboard and picking numbers, just arbitrary numbers out of the air, no disrespect intended, that's all this is. Let's make it 4.5%, let's make it 3 3/4, let's do nonsense. That's not how budgets are done. You don't budget towards a target. Police brought you a costed budget. Staff have now brought you a costed budget. It's our job to take anything out that needs to be taken out, not send them back to do it. I remember a few years ago watching a Pickering budget meeting when Dave Ryan was mayor, and I think it was Dickerson that said, staff go back and bring us back a budget, find $250,000. And Dave said, no, that's your job. And he convened the budget meeting and made them come back a week later with recommendations. And I don't agree with a lot of things with him, but I did agree with that. And that's what we should be doing. This is not a matter of sending staff back. All I see with this is exactly the same as the 3%, because staff have been very clear with us. It's service cuts. Like, there's not anything that they're going to be able to do, really, especially in a week or two, to come back and substantially change this budget. I mean, I supported the budget as an overall on Friday with this 3% in it. If this council wants to set themselves up for failure next year, not my problem. It is as a taxpayer, but it's not as a decision maker on this floor. But making these types of changes and rating our reserve funds is just not going to make things any easier, any more affordable next year. It's going to make things more affordable next year. So we have to find service cuts. I don't know what those are, but that is our job. I don't agree with sending this back to staff and asking them to do our work for us. I'll leave it there. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Crawford?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe we are where we are today because of a number of unbudgeted asks throughout the year. And if we're going to drop the budget the way we're doing right now, think that we have to be very careful over the next year that we're not asking for things that are not part of this budget. That's what it comes down to. So, you know, it's going to be one of those types of years.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Jubb?
Thank you, Chair. And through you, just for clarification, I do apologize. I was switching from my phone to my computer. The 3.75 by my respected colleague, Mr. Pickles, Councillor Pickles, is that to make up for the police shortfall?
I'm getting a nod, yes.
Okay. I thought the police shortfall was about 5 million and 1% represents 10 million. So should this be at 3.5? Just wondering what the 3.75s were.
Councillor Pickles?
Thank you. And sorry, my voice is failing. It was for annualizing the 5 million plus that came from the police budget, but also recognizing that there were, I wanted to ensure that there was room to annualize the long-term care and the 50 or so other positions to make sure everything was in there. So I rounded up a bit.
Okay. Could I just get comment from staff, Chair, on to cover the police budget? Would 3.5 do that?
Go to our CAO.
Yes, it would do that. It does not cover any of regional operations, however.
Okay. Okay, I'll leave it at that. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Mayor Carter?
So my understanding is that the 3.75, that is a $7.5 million difference between the $35 million. So it's about 28 million or $27.5 million. So through you to our Commissioner of Finance, that's $27 million. What percentage would that be in the 2027 budget then that has to be made up?
Almost 3%.
That's
Just shy of 3%.
3%.
roughly speaking. Yep.
So we're still going to be in the neighborhood of 11 to 12% as a starting point next year. Either way. Is that my understanding? I mean, you and I went through this
Yes.
dance a little bit earlier on, so I'm not asking you to confirm that. I'm just trying to do fast math in regards to 12%. What would 12% represent based upon today's budget? What would that be?
So are you looking for what a taxpayer impact of 12%
No, I want to know what
is? Sorry.
if we're looking at 12%,
Yeah.
we're going to have to increase by 12% based upon our operating budget or our budget itself. What would 12% of that, based upon this year's budget, what would that dollar amount be?
Oh, I see what you're asking.
Like, do you
So, yeah.
12 times
So
2,300,000 or 300
So
million?
roughly, so if we look at this year's increase, right? And essentially, it's at roughly 6 for the initial one before police was increased. So it would be roughly double that. So so double that would be roughly about 160.
$160 million
Yeah, roughly.
would have to be found in the next budget.
For that size of for
And-
like a 12%
yeah, well,
increase.
It's
Yeah.
got to be made up one way or another,
Yeah.
right? Even if you, so $160 million? That's what would, the council would be charged with trying to find $160 million worth of savings as we move forward with the 2027 budget. I'm trying to wrap my head around the 160
Just to
million.
come at this another way, Mayor Carter, through
Yeah.
you, Mr. Chair, I think what you're asking is a 12% increase, what quantum of dollars would that generate? If that was what your question was, that would be about 120 million.
Yeah, it's still $125 million, but we would be charged with trying to find $125 million worth of services. So what I'm struggling with is not this debate. I'm sorry, like I understand this debate. What I'm struggling with is the next 5 to 8 years to 10 years. So the way I look at it is if we don't do these service cuts this year, then there needs to be significant service cuts next year and for the next 10 years. Because we're just unable to provide the services that our ratepayers are asking us, or hopefully that we could deliver. And I don't have an answer for that. I mean, that's a monumental task to undertake. And I guess this is where my head has been all day. It's been, I understand right now it's our affordability issue with people. We had to do something that I was very uncomfortable with at the city of Oshawa and take money out of a reserve to be able to bring our rate down. And I went through sleepless nights and spirited conversations with our senior leadership team. And went against all my principles, but I understood the affordability factor with our residents. And that's I had to make that decision. But it's an unmanageable amount. I mean, it was $1,050,000. It's not $125 million or $160 million or $35 million. It's $1,050,000. So I got to be honest with you. I'm really worried about the conversations we have to have, and I don't think we should leave that to the next council. I think we should do it this council, and say, do you understand? It's $125 million that we're going to have to find, and where are we going to stand on it? Because passing it on to the next council, I don't think is fair. So, anyways, I thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm as confused. And see the turkeys kicking in now, and the gravy and
Councillor Kerr.
the dopamine is starting to.
Thank you, Chair. Well, what did it for me today were my 3 questions. And they were to summarize this morning's discussion. And if you recall those answers, they were that the 6.04% budget would be $18 a month on the average household, that the reserve reduced 3% budget would be $9, and that the impact of that reserve reduced budget on the 2027 budget would be $44 per household, average household. I can't in all good conscience burden my residents with that kind of a future increase. I don't think we should be budgeting 1 year at a time. We should be looking at impacts not only in the current year, but on the future. And I can't see us mortgaging away, almost literally, our children's future, let alone ours, with budget like this. Now, I voted against the 3% using reserves with good reason. Once that was passed, I wanted the contents of the budget. So yeah, I voted for the amended motion to 3% because I wanted that budget to go through. But there's a huge cost to that. So if somebody's going to say that we can simply find the money out of a whatever $1 billion budget that we have, then let's do it now. Let's save next year's residents a $44 per household increase. How's that going to sit? Not with me, it doesn't. So we have to make some tough decisions. I think those decisions start today. If it's the will of this council to send it, I'm not going to send it back at 3.75. I wouldn't vote for that. I'd be hard pressed to send it back at 4.8. And where's that number come from? Halfway. The great Canadian compromise. But if that's what it comes down to, in order us to reconsider and try to find a way to lessen the burden on next year's budget and our future residents, then so be it. But I am greatly disturbed by what it's going to cost not just people for this year, what it's going to cost them next year and the year after. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mayor Barton?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm speaking on the amendment to the amendment. I don't believe it goes nearly far enough to fix our reserve issues for next year. Yeah, I won't be supporting it. I think we need to make sure that we give staff achievable targets to try and make things happen here for us. This council have to make very difficult choices, and I don't think the 3.75 does that on either side of the fence. Thank you.
Mayor Roy?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I have a question just with relation to last Friday, Mayor Barton and myself, and we know we need to bring it later, the motion forward, but it has to do with relation to if this goes back to staff. Is there an ability to talk about how, if we do a hiring freeze, which is outside of the positions that have already been identified, what impact that potentially could have within the 2026 year? I know it's like that crystal ball because you don't know what jobs are there to be hired, but would there be a potential, and I don't need the answer now, but if that's a potential to be tied into the report, because I know as we talk about just the head count and everything else, I think that this is looking for the efficiencies. And I think ultimately, while we had the vote last week on a number of different items that were identified, which were over and above what's presently in place, especially with our outreach and that. Is there any other projects? And I would say each municipality has to step up. Which project are you willing to give up? Which project are you willing to hold back on and put a pause on? And each one of us sitting around this table, take a little bit of ownership for what we need to not do. I essentially did that within Whitby. We did that within Whitby. Our CAO gave direction to each department for a 5% reduction in order to achieve where we got. But there was additional reductions. But to go after our reserves, I can't do that. And that's something that's not fiscally responsible. And it is not, if you know what, if I don't get elected because I have not used reserves, well, so be it. But that shouldn't be the decision-making factor here. And I've heard that comment made that you have to go with your conscience, vote with your conscience. Well, my conscience is about I need to be responsible for my today's actions, not for tomorrow's actions, and not for the actions that are going to take place on October 26, 2026. If that's why you're sitting here, that's not responsible decision-making, and that's political.
Okay. Councillor Wu?
Yeah, good afternoon, Chair Henry. I just want to get down, and we're looking at what was presented. And originally, we looked at 6.04 And if I'm not mistaken, that equated, if I'm correct, on an average residential property owner, $18 per month, is that
That's
correct?
been stated already, yes.
Yeah. Then if we went to, with the increase in the amended and the increase in the Durham Regional Police budget, 6.6, which equated to $20. Now, going down to 3%, and that included the increase in the police budget, that was about, is it $9 or $10?
$9.
$9. So 3.75, that would equate to probably now the $10.
Yeah, you're close, a little bit more than 10, but
Okay.
yeah.
Now, 4.8%, what would that equate to?
So 4.8% is about $14.
$14.
14.
Okay. And, but again, by 4.8%, what does that mean on drawing on the reserves?
You would still have to find money.
Yeah,
You have to find half.
but it's
of
not
what you-
$35 million.
17 million.
Yeah, 17, $18 million still. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Councillor Brenner.
Chairman, I think what concerns me is that there's two aspects. One is the here and now today, the other is tomorrow. Looking first at the here and now today, I think it would behoove us to not to lose sight that this is an SOS budget. When I say SOS, it's a budget of people that are in distress today. And yeah, it means tough decisions, and it may very well mean dipping into the reserve accounts to be able to get through today. But as I've also heard from my colleagues, I also recognize what's coming tomorrow. But in dealing with tomorrow, I heard some very valid points in terms of maybe we need to start taking a look at our core services, an operational review. And I'm not suggesting that we cut the most vulnerable. And I'm not suggesting that we start creating that fear. But I do think that we will have an opportunity once we get through this budget to set a roadmap, I believe, that can look at benchmarking other regional municipalities and practices, along with the review of the core services, and then give some direction in terms of where future cuts may have to come from in order to make sure that our residents do not go further into distress as they are today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Councillor Pickles, you've spoken already once. We're in committee of the whole, and we're not in committee of the whole. You want to close? Sorry.
I was just going to speak to the amender. A couple people asked about the rationale. Just again, the rationale is,
Before you do that, I would like to give a comment.
okay.
So, members of council, there has been good debate, and we've done a good job at keeping it civil, and I'm very proud of all of you. But the big question here is, we're dealing with what we deliver to the people of our region each and every day. It's all frontline services. It's all things that council has approved. It's long-term care, it's daycare, it's transit, it's drinking water, it's wastewater, it's social housing, it's paramedics, it's policing. What we haven't talked about, and nobody has ever mentioned, and nobody mentions in any of the emails that I received related to this budget or any other budgets, is the burden put onto us by the other levels of government. Now, a young couple today out there making $25 an hour each, or making, close to $100,000 a year, and they're paying $30,000 between them in property taxes, leaving them with $70,000 to pay their bills, and out of that they have to pay their property taxes is a shame. But nobody wants to talk about the amount of money that is taken away prior to getting to property taxes. In this country, we are incredibly overtaxed from an income tax point of view, and seldom see a return on our investment. I believe from the federal government, we get about 9 cents of every 100. Is that? That's about right, yeah. Now that is wrong. In the province, the demands related to development charges and just what's happening, the burden that's gonna come back onto this council and every other council in Ontario worries me. You know, we work in 4-year cycles. A 4-year cycle does not really work when you need to have a 30-year plan so you know that your grandchildren and your children are safe. And the system is so badly broken, and it starts with the federal government. So I agree with most of what's been said here today. But we are taxed to death. When you work to raise your family, you should have at the end of the day enough money to at least on a Friday go to the show or buy a pizza for dinner. But when your income tax is there and you have to pay all your bills after you've paid your income tax, the system is broken. No, nobody in Ottawa is going to hear me today complain about that, because, you know, they're going to retire, most retire with their pensions. For most of us that have worked in our lives, I have no pension. My wife has no pension. You know, you will live off our savings when we're retired. And then you're going to be taxed on what you do. So for me, I give the federal government far too much money at income tax time. And I'm worried about the direction this country is going 30 years from now for our children and our grandchildren. And nobody talks about that. Nobody wants to sit down and have the big conversation about how we put more money in the pockets of our residents so we can do more as residents. And quite frankly, if anyone in this room, and put your hand up if I am wrong, had more money left from your not paying income tax, would you put it back into the community to create jobs and opportunities and drive this economy the way it should be driven? Now, I am angered by what's going on and the lack of respect that we receive from the other levels of government, because they leave it to us to fix it and to do it. So my rant is done. I'm only going to speak on the amendment. But members of council, you know, use your voice. The public that writes us to talk about property taxes should be writing their MPs and their MPs to talk about what they pay in income taxes. So anyways, I hope I haven't offended anybody, but if I have, I'm the chair and I get to say what's on my mind. So on that note, recorded vote on this amendment. You can close, Councillor Pickles. On the amendment to the amendment. Go ahead, David.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I agree with everything you just said, and in fact, I respect all the comments that we've had here today. I don't think anybody's been factually incorrect, although people have different views on how to go about it. And just to emphasize one of your points, I think a former AMO study showed that, and I think you kind of said it, that 90% of all taxes collected from an individual go to the federal and provincial government, and less than 10% go to the municipality. So, and then they run deficits, they cut services, they hand it off to us and don't give us sufficient funding. So I think you kind of said that. I just wanted to go back because some people asked about the rationale, picking a number 3.75 out of the air. The committee had previously adopted 3%, and then the police budget was introduced that brought forward another 5 million. And my feeling was that that ought to be incorporated, and that's why I'm suggesting amendment to amend the former COW position of 3 to bring sufficient money to annualize the police budget that we had subsequently voted on. That was my rationale. Thank you.
Okay, members of council, recorded vote on the amendment. Recorded vote on the amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Recorded vote is starting now. Just looking for Mayor Foster.
Okay, so that's lost. We're back onto the amendment. Okay, I have a long speakers list. We'll start with Councillor Anderson.
Oh, that's a mistake.
That's a mistake. We'll go to Mayor Ash. to close debate. Councillor Nicholson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I want to say you're absolutely right. I don't consider it a rant. I call it some reality.
Thank you.
The feds and the province the feds got their hand in our right pocket, and the province has their hands in our left pocket. Unfortunately, our credibility as a council and as elected officials to say, don't reach in our pocket constantly, is undermined because we have our hand in the back pocket. And if the burden from the feds and the province is horribly bad, then how do we justify piling on? We say to the Prime Minister, you're taking too much, we can't afford you. We say to the Premier, you're taking too much, we can't afford you. But we say, but we're the good guys, so you can pay us. And we're not willing to make the cuts. You know, everyone says, and I heard this 5 times now, if you want to get the tax rate down, make the cuts. I've yet to see a motion from those who advocate that to actually make a cut. I suggested 3%, that we use the reserve as an interim measure, so 1-year measure, to basically deal with the fact we're in an SOS budget and people are starving out there and not be able to keep their homes. And then direct our staff to use the next calendar year, prior to 2027, to do what Mayor Jubb suggested, do a core review. Look at everything we do. Find what we can to reduce that $33. But I want to say to you, it doesn't matter if we do it at 3% or 4.8 if we're not serious about looking at what we're spending our money on, because this 4.8, it's somebody says it's a compromise. Well, at 3, they were saying it's a 12% hike next year. Well, at 4.8 now it's an 11% hike next year. Neither are acceptable to those that are out there trying to pay their bills. And I don't remember who said it, but you know, this is not the only bill they pay. We hit them on Friday for $5 a month on their water bill. The hydro bills have gone up. The phone bills have gone up. The gas bills have gone up. We saw a report done by the Consumer Council of Canada that says the average family is going to pay $1,000 more for food in the next calendar year. See, a homeowner doesn't get a chance to pay just the tax on the region. They got to pay all these other ones as well. And what they're telling you is, you're forcing me to choose what I can pay. And I remind you, and I don't want to belabor the point, but I want to remind you of the little lady on Friday who had paid her taxes diligently since the day this region was formed. And she was happy to contribute her share to make sure Durham Region progressed. But she said to me, now I'll quote her, I never thought that what I built would force me out of my home. She said, I'm currently using 5 out of my 12 pension checks to pay tax. 4.8 means she's, at best, 5 2/3 of her checks are now going to pay tax. And even then, she's still got other bills. She told me very bluntly, she is eating on certain days 2 meals a day where she used to eat 3. She says, I can't afford to keep buying the food at the levels going up. I can't afford to keep paying all the other bills and pay this tax increase. Now, I can't change all the other things. And this council can't change the federal government or the provincial government or all the other bills they got to pay. But what we can choose is how much we're going to jump and add on to that burden. And if that means we have to bite the bullet as a council, use some of our reserves this year to give our professional staff the time to do a top-to-bottom review to hopefully change the agenda, not just for next year, but for all the other years moving forward. Because you want to talk about kicking it down the can, down the road? Not facing up to the reality that the taxpayers can't afford to pay what we're providing is kicking the can down the road. Some council in the future is going to face this wall.
Councillor.
So I'm suggesting in all courtesy, if it was wrong at 3 to take reserves, it's equally wrong at 4.8 to take reserves. You can't have it both ways.
Councillor Kerr.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to make one point, and the reason why I make this point is because I can't believe, but I do understand why virtually every resident I speak to has no idea that by the Municipal Act, municipalities must run a balanced budget. They all think we're like the province or the feds, that we can run deficits, and it's okay, we'll just pile the annual deficit and let the debt run up. Somebody else will pay for it, but we need to have all of this now. They're not tightening their belts. And I really think some residents feel we're in the same boat. You know, why can't you just take the reserves and do this? It's no big deal. Run a deficit and then we'll pay for it later. We can't. And I think we've heard very clearly today what the impacts of that are. So if the decision is to go forward with 3% because we can get all the social housing, the paramedics and the police and the social services staff, that epidemic conditions seem to dictate we need to supply, then I guess we have to do it. But we will do this knowing that the cuts must come. We can't run a deficit, and we're going to have to make some really hard decisions. So if this goes through and we do punt this into January, then maybe that's the prudent thing to do at this time. I'm really having a hard time still with the reserve question, and I really would like to take another look at this to see what we can do. Thank you.
Councillor Yamada.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've had the opportunity to listen, and Chair Henry is right. When we think of upper-level governments and the amount that's contributed, I think in the staff report, 3% of what we receive come from the federal government, and we are being asked year over year to do more. When you take a look at the Consumer Price Index for November 2025 that just came out on Monday, prices for food purchased from stores rose 4.7% year over year in November after increasing 3.4% in October. The increase in November was the largest since December 2023. Prices for cellular service increased year over year for a second consecutive month. The price of frozen or fresh beef, 17.7%. The increases are real. Our residents are feeling it. And while I struggle too with looking at taking money from our reserves to pay for what we need to, but I'm hearing from our residents here in my community, and they are tapped out. I supported the reduction of 3% at committee. I can't support 4.8%. Even 3% is still too high. We have to look at how we can start reducing middle management. We have to look at, can we freeze salaries for all non-unionized staff in council? We have to be looking at ways of doing things to rein in our spending, because residents are doing just that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mayor Carter.
Just some questions for clarification, because I'm going through the budget again because I'm trying to look for solutions. So just to let you know, questions for you two, our Commissioner of Finance. Again, people are going to start talking. You and I have been talking so much. Out of the capital projects, how are the capital projects financed? Is it all from reserves? Is there a certain percentage that comes from the tax levy that's being proposed? Could you give me a little bit of insight to that, please? Because I know at the City of Oshawa, our capital doesn't affect our tax rate at all, because it's all taken from reserves. So I want to get a clarification. Thank you.
So I'll try to keep this as simple as I can, because
Yeah,
it is.
please, I'm a simple guy,
No,
so yes,
and
please.
so of our total, and I appreciate we don't have it on the screen here, but if it's helpful, I'm referring to slide 18 from what we talked about when we were here last week. So the total 2026 proposed capital budget is roughly $396.3 million. The general levy, so what the tax levy piece of that is $59.4 million. In addition to that, there's $165.3 million in reserve and reserve funds. At a very high level of that 165 million, roughly half of that is coming, it's passing through the reserve, but it's actually a tax increase to go into the reserve to then spend, to then spend on capital in that year. So that's, and then of course there's other financing sources on top of that, debt, development charges, those types of things. But I hope that answers your question with respect to levy.
Yeah, it does. I'm trying to simplify it because you work in a very complicated world, and I'm trying to simplify it for my reasons. I want to ask you something on the capital projects, and I know that there's matching funds and matching projects that go with local municipalities. And you look at the 59.4 million that comes from tax, and I'm just saying this hypothetically because I'm trying to simplify. We take $30 million and say those $30 million out of that 59.4 from the tax isn't going to be applied to our capital projects, which means our capital projects are now $366 million instead of $396 million. That would, I'm going to presume that you would need to see what projects that would apply to, and then see if there was matching funds or other obligations in regards to it. So is there a simplification in regards to looking at these large numbers to look for a simple solution?
So through the chair, you're right. We'd have to go back and look at each individual capital project that's funded from the levy. Maybe I can give a couple of examples. So it's not, there's very little on the roads side of things on the works. There is money in transit of tax levy that's funding. And as an example, if you were to pull some of that tax levy funding out of transit capital, that's going to impact your ability to buy buses, which is going to impact your ability to deliver service.
Mm-hmm.
So we have to be careful when we're talking about deferring some of these capital projects, because they have, it's not a matter of, you know, it's just not a road that's getting paid and that service level is changing. It may mean that we're not able to deliver increased transit service. In the case of the paramedics, we require an additional ambulance in order to deliver the extra 36 hours of daily service for paramedic. The cost of that ambulance is in that tax levy funding piece as well.
So I'm just looking at contributions to regional roads and bridges. And I go to E, which is the 2026 contribution of 32 million to the regional roads rehabilitation reserve fund be authorized to assist with road rehabilitation requirements. And I look at that and think, like, if we took 10% out of that, would it have a significant impact? I'm just, again, I know it's a complicated world you're working in, and I'm trying to simplify things, but I'm just trying to look for answers, that's all.
So through the chair, so the example you gave there of the road rehabilitation, so that is tax levy money going into road rehabilitation that is getting spent in year on road rehabilitation projects. So yes, council could reduce the amount of money going into that reserve. It would also have an implication. We'd have to identify which roads projects we would not be doing, and I would defer to my colleague, Commissioner Jagannathan, and what that impact is in service delivery. It's similar to, if I could, the report spoke about potential budget reductions.
Yes.
You'll recall there was in the first table, the reduction, I can't recall whether it was 1 million in the first table and 2 million in the first table, thank you. And then the further 1 million. So those were sort of some of our items that you could look at if you wanted to reduce this impact. You could do it by reducing the amount of money that is going into those reserves, but it will have, as Commissioner Jagannathan said at our last meeting, there are real projects that'll be deferred if we make those decisions.
So just out of curiosity, if we are not just looking at this year, but moving forward, and we're saying that, you know, in this example, we've got 59.4 million that comes from tax base that is going towards capital projects. And we had charged the staff with the duty of saying there needs to be a $60 million decrease in capital projects next year because of the financial impact that our decisions this year and moving forward. Would that be a better approach in regards to us trying to accomplish something that is affordable, not only for this year, but years going forward? I don't mean it as a political question, Mr. Chair. I mean it as a strategy in regards to finance.
So I can start through the chair, but I'll certainly, I'll let the CAO respond as well. So
Okay.
From my perspective, I think anything that gives, like these decisions that we're making have, as you've pointed out, and many have long-term implications for the region. So the more time we have to think strategically about where we're going to make our reductions and what those reductions are, we can plan appropriately to minimize the long-term implications for us in our delivery of service, but also in the long-term affordability for our residents who are paying the taxes as well.
So as a financial expert, if you were to say that this is what the concern of council is, this is what the concern of the population is about affordability, then would it be appropriate for us to be able to say some kind of a direction that we need as moving forward, that we're going to have to find a 10, a 12, or a 15% reduction in regards to costs for the region and charge everybody to be able to come to the table with that kind of equation? Again, I don't mean it politically. I'm just asking strategically, if you were facing that as the head of finance and there was a burden, then you know, somewhere along the line, somebody's got to say, we got to cut 12, 15%.
Yeah, so certainly I really much value that. Part of my job is to advise on current, but also to keep an eye on that long term and make decisions that are in the best long-term interests of this region and position us for that. Again, if I don't know if the CAO wants to add there, but yeah, okay.
I don't want to touch that. I guess, Mr. Chair, I don't know if, I mean, as I'm struggling with this, because I understand the affordability factor, I understand the impact this year on moving forward, and I'm trying to figure the best path forward, because I'll be honest with you, I mean, there's two major items that came up in our budget reflection, which was, one was public safety and number two was affordability, and they were very much up there, and I'm trying to take both of those into consideration. The issue being is, I don't know if by the end of the day, you're going to need a motion from this council to say, as moving forward into the 2026 year, that we charge all departments to find 15% savings in everything that they do, so that we move, the next council that moves into 2027 has an understanding of exactly what that looks like. So I don't know, but I'm being honest with you. I'm struggling with all of this component. So
go with that too, but 15% when you're short paramedics. 15% when every member of council comes to a meeting and says, my road needs to be repaired. Mental health addiction, homelessness, daycare, simply not enough for everything. And but anyways, I understand what you're saying. I disagree with the size of the percentage, but anyways.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councilor Mulcahy.
Thank you, through you, Chair. I'm grateful for the comments about struggling with this, because I think we all are struggling with this, and I think, you know, we all want to get to the, you know, the same goal. I mean, we're all trying to do the same things here, and it's tough. This, you know, I've never been a fan of dipping into reserve accounts. But, you know, we've done this over in Whitby. Mayor Roy alluded to it with the 5% through every department. And, you know, our staff joke about looking for paper clips. It's, you know, but that's the reality that we're facing right now. Our residents are tasking us with that tough job to really dive deep. And, you know, there's people making a lot of sacrifices. I was talking to our fire department there last week. We have a whole bunch of new recruits. And a side conversation led us to only about 30% of our fire department actually live in Whitby. And many of our new recruits are coming in from 3 hours away just to have a job. So, and they're finding places to sleep so that they can be employed in Whitby. I myself, I'm helping my adult kids try to get into the housing market. But to achieve the mortgage test, they have to punch in the property taxes. And it accounts. It all adds up. So it's a barrier. It's a barrier for young people. Who's going to man our fire trucks? Who's going to work in our long-term care homes? We aren't affordable. And that's where, you know, the stopgap for a year to try to really dive deep. Do we need to fly to Winnipeg to observe buses and cut a ribbon, or can we do that here? It's everything. Everything adds up. And I'm not trying to be critical. I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but everything adds up. And we need to stop and think about every paperclip. So anyhow, I am struggling with this. It's not that, you know, affordability has been the primary concern across all of our surveys in every one of our municipalities. We're hearing it, and we have to listen. And I'm really struggling with the rate, and I need our residents to feel like they are going to be supported, not just this year, but in the future as well. So we need some confidence that we are going to dive deep and try to find what we need to find. So thank you.
Mayor Jubb.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. Glad to see that the conversation's turning toward efficiencies rather than cuts. I think it is an area we do need to look at. In Brock 7 years ago, we had the same problem. We directed staff, each department, to remove 5%, something like Whitby. What would 5%, just very roughly to our Commissioner of Finance, represent at the regional level?
Can I just start?
Sure.
I'll just start with a bit of a caution before I turn it over to Nicole, who is looking at the numbers, is remember we do have a number of cost-shared programs, and what we do not want to do is cut $1 of regional spending that would result in $4 of provincial spending also being reduced. So we have to be conscious of that as we go through the budget and look for efficiencies. And now I'll turn it over to Nicole. Thank you.
So it's between 49.5 million and 50 million roughly.
Okay, so if we were to direct staff to cut at 3% or 2.5%, that would bring us pretty close to what we're looking at as what we need to catch up at 3%.
Yeah, I think so. So it would be half of that. So, but if we were looking for, instead of 5%, 2.5%, we'd be looking at roughly 25 million, give or take.
Okay, so moving into 2026, if this passes at 3% and this doesn't go forward at the 4.8, there are lots of opportunities to only take the operational portion down by a couple percentage points to make up. So that helps. Chair, I just need clarification on this motion on the 4.8. If this carries and staff come back in January, are we bringing everything to the table? I know this was mentioned earlier, but I'm talking about pickup trucks at $200,000 that sell for $40,000 or $50,000. Are all these options coming back to the table?
Well, first of all, on a pickup truck that we buy, it is just not a normal pickup truck. It's ordered with specific equipment on, so while the truck may cost X, the attachments cost more. So making, Councillor Mayor Jubb, making a statement like that is really sending the wrong message to our residents. So I would suggest that you have a meeting with the commissioner when you think that there's a vehicle that's out of place, but they'll tell you why. On the other part, staff will be coming back, so.
Yes, staff will report back on where we recommend cuts and where we recommend draws from reserves or reserve funds and which funds that would be. In terms of the detailed analysis, as I said earlier, that is a much larger process, but we will at a high level come back with recommended cuts and withdrawals, aiming for the end of January.
Okay, fair enough, and thank you very much for that. So if this didn't pass, that the 4.8 and 3 did pass, when would be the correct time to bring back that operational decrease of 2 to 3% to get us back to not using reserves?
Oh, that would be, Councillor Jubb, that would be a monumental task for staff. They would have to look at how it would affect funds that we receive from the province. I don't think it would be quick. I would probably think it would be 4 to 5 months at the earliest, probably not before June.
Okay. Okay, no, I understand that. This is if we have to find those efficiencies to make up for the reserves into next year. So, okay, that helps, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Neal? Don't push your button there.
I just wanted to ask, through Mr. Chair, about contingency, like, that's built into the budget in 2005, our 2025 budget. What would that have been spent in contingency?
So I can answer from an operating perspective, and I'll maybe allow, so from an operating perspective, we don't budget for contingency. There is no contingency on the operating portion of the budget. When we put together capital projects, each department would put together a capital project. I'm pausing here in case Commissioner Jagannathan would has any comment as the department responsible for the largest infrastructure projects, how they approach putting together a capital project estimate that goes into the budget.
Because I want to protect us against these low ball tenders, and then they come back for contingency. So if there's a figure I can get what we spent in 2025 at the end of 2025 and what's projected in 2026. That's all I want to know, some kind of figure that what we paid out in contingency and what we're expected. I don't like low ball tenders, and they come back and ask for more. I guess that's my bottom line question on that.
Well, in fairness to the question, when they come back, often we don't know what the challenge was in the beginning. So managing the project is always key, right?
Yeah. So, I mean, what we spent on contingency in 2025, whether it be capital or operating, how would I get that figure?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that's a very difficult figure to get. First of all, as Nicole said, there is no contingency in the operating. There is contingency in our capital budgets, our capital projects, and it generally depends on the type of project, the degree of risk, the degree to which equipment, et cetera, are impacted by external forces. So in order to tell you what we have spent in contingency, we'd literally have to go through project by project, and I think we have about 900 projects, if I'm correct. And in terms of projecting it going forward, we can give you a sense of what average contingencies are on projects, but it's really hard to predict what we'll actually need on the contingency. We are very conscious of low ball offers, though, and staff do look at that very carefully as part of the procurement process.
Okay, well, if I can get something, then that'd be fine.
It's also about the cost recovery from Mother Nature, too. Tornadoes, ice storms, windstorms, stuff that's not budgeted for, but we end up doing great work for our residents. Councillor Leahy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to staff. So, again, affordability is still a challenge. We're seeing a huge increase in the number of powers of sale across Toronto and Durham. We've already talked about inflation. It's 2.2%. This is still more than double that. My question to staff is around it's already been stated, so if we go to this amount, we're pulling approximately $17 million from reserves unless we make an adjustment. Is that correct?
Yeah, we'll come back with the actual number because of the growth percentage, it gets compounded. So it is slightly lower, but we'll come back with the exact amount. It's in that neighborhood.
Okay, so no, I appreciate that. And the recommended deferrals that were in the budget presentations that presented on Wednesday, that 0.98%, was that approximately $10 million in deferral of program expansions?
It was about, it was a 1.48% reduction if you took both lists, so that would be about $15 million.
Sorry, so it was 0.48 on the first list plus an additional 0.5 on the second list for a total of 0.98% overall reduction.
Which would be around $10 million,
Sorry,
right?
yes, correct. I apologize.
Perfect. Okay, so those deferrals would get us halfway there to what is missing in the budget.
Yeah, slightly more than half. That's correct.
Okay, so that's good to know. And we'll have an opportunity to have further discussions when that report comes back in January. Because I still have some more ideas.
Yes.
Thank you. So no, and I appreciate that, and I appreciate the approach for compromise and trying to get to a reasonable number. The challenge that I still have is that, you know, the drumbeat of concerns from the residents that I hear for is just that the costs are just too high. Like we're like was stated earlier, we just raised the water rates, electricity rates just went up, all the different pieces going up, cost of food's going up, everything is going up. And I appreciate that there's other levels of government and what they can control, but I only have the ability to control what's in our budget in front of us, and that's what I was put here to recommend. So I still find 4.8 too high, so I won't be able to support that. But I do appreciate the lively discussion and the compromise and the ability to try and come to a solution that the majority of council is supportive of. It's still just too high for me. I'm still more comfortable with the 3%. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So, members of council, how many, just for our reference here, how many members of council have to leave this afternoon? Because we are now starting to lose members of council. Okay. Councillor Wu.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Henry. Discussion about core services. What are some of the services that we are taking on, which are outside of our core services, which are in some respects built into this budget? And I'll take one example, and you can tell me if it's a core service or not. It's under Regional Humanitarian Program. And without going into it, what we applied for, what we received, we were short $4.7 million. And if I go back, you know, even from the province, this idea of being made whole, are we being made whole, and what are we subsidizing?
Oh, be careful what you ask for. The answer is no.
Yes, we're definitely not being made whole. The asylum seekers is definitely a controversial issue, but we have been getting reimbursed to the tune of 91 to 92%. And there's a report later on the agenda where we're getting significant investment from the federal government for that. In terms of a core service review, they will come back at things like we don't need to directly operate childcare. But there's many strong policy arguments as to why we do that. We only are required to operate one long-term care facility. We operate 5. In our cost share programs, there are many years through which the province has not been living up to its full cost share ratio, so they would look at that, which in turn would mean that we've been tending to plug the gap because we view them as essential services, especially when you're dealing with the mental health, housing, and homelessness issues we have today. So those are the kind of high-end things they would look at. And then the other part that, yes, I agree, it would be very useful to look at is just going through department by department to ensure there are no services that we've added over the years that perhaps are no longer needed, or perhaps that in this economy we shouldn't be offering. I can tell you, Councillor, there's not a whole lot of those. Everything we do is generally a regulated service or a hard infrastructure that we need to get in the ground so that our local municipalities can develop their housing and commercial developments as needed.
Mm-hmm. And some of the programs that we do have from upper levels of government require, I guess, obviously either matching dollars. And is some of that from the reserves that we plan on, and probably a lot of it capital, that we could jeopardize that funding, that matching funding or the contribution towards?
The region is generally able to pay whatever its cost share requirement is. The bigger risk there is with federal funding for infrastructure and potentially housing, where they have made it clear that they would require a provincial match as well as a reduction in DCs. So when you're looking at supportive housing, something that's a priority for most of our municipalities, the condition on getting federal investment now is that the province provide the wraparound program supports. The province has not been doing that. We have generally gotten the capital, and while we're building the supportive housing, figured out how we're going to pay the operating. So that is the challenge, and that's something that will have to be hashed out between the provincial and federal governments.
And I do appreciate the upper levels of government, you know, I mean, if I don't have to pay for license plate stickers or a $200 check that I did receive, but again, that's revenue that's going out, and that revenue, and it could be $1 billion or more. That's $1 billion, in my opinion, that could have gone to, you know, whether it's healthcare, education, or, you know, some of the other areas that we rely on provincial funding. That's less money. As much as I like receiving it, but does it help me, you know, in the overall? You know, I had no problem paying for my license plate stickers, but, you know, that was a gift I did not ask for, but I'll take it. Thank you.
Councillor Sheehan.
Thank you so much. Through you, Chair. I really appreciate your patience for all of us, first of all. I just have a couple of observations, and I'm going to make them. I believe in the gist of it all, by listening to all 29 of us, we're all on the same page. It's how we hold the ear from here or there, or however you want to do it. My observation in my almost end of third year as a regional councillor is Durham is the most neglected region by the upper levels of government. And that is what we are reflecting right now. The pressure we are facing is because we are neglected. So here's what it is. It is very, very hard to make a decision on 3.75 or 4.8. And that is not because staff is making some plans behind our backs. No, they had a one-on-one with me explaining me the entire budget weeks ago. And I really, really appreciate the effort of taking the time. At least I'm sure if they reached out to me, they must have reached out to all 29 of us. And the effort is much appreciated. They work on our direction, and I appreciate it. So the blame is never to staff. It is the decision we make at this table, and we own it. And that's all that there is to it. I'm not going to rant anymore, but I'm just going to put this out. Our salaries, our expenses, that we own as well, right? So I'm just going to leave it there as to the fact that I've sat down with hundreds of residents in the past few weeks. The number one thing that they are talking about, all of them, no saving except, is affordability. And that's all I can tell you. And I talk to a lot of people, coffee meetings, not that I do, all of us do. And that is what the concern is. Even the people who have good salaries are struggling, whether they are paying for their tuitions for their kids or their daycares or however it is. The problem, largely, in my observation, is downloading of upper level government. I'm not going to say the word CRAP, but whatever we are owning and trying to do our best is our struggle. And that is what it is. I know I'm ranting, but Chair Henry, to the members of council here, and I really respect you. I do appreciate the friendship, the guidance, and the respect here. It is getting hard. And I don't know what will give. So I'm going to stop here. Thank you.
Councillor McDougall.
Thank you, sir. I was going to make a motion to call the question. I thought Mayor Ash was going to do that last time, but I'm going to allow Mayor Ash to close. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Ash?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, let the records show at 12:29 that I agree with Councillor Nicholson. My amendment is about politics. It's just less politics than the 3% one. I'm trying to compromise here. I'm delighted we're talking about the 10% increase and the 20% increase. We should be more focusing on the 4% or $400 they already pay per month. And I think we've turned the page in terms of core responsibilities, better partnerships with our provincial and federal government, looking at efficiencies. Councillor Nicholson talked about this 10 or 20 extra bucks, and it's going to cost this person an extra pension. I hope your resident's making more than $60 a month in her pension, but if she's not, perhaps she can contact Kirk Browning and talk about reverse mortgages, because it is something that people should be looking at in regards to seniors staying in their homes. I was cut short earlier, so I just wanted to finish that comment the gentleman was saying. If the choices being made today truly protect residents, they should also protect our children from larger bills tomorrow. That proof has yet to be provided. Until it is, I remain deeply skeptical that what we're seeing is not careful stewardship, but rather than a campaign positioning dressed up as courage. Our local politicians should not be making these decisions without fully explaining their risks and costs. And if they are not providing these details, they are making decisions simply blindly in order to get your vote. A couple of councillors have reached out to me over the course of the last hour that we've been talking and have asked about staff's position. I did have an opportunity to speak to the CAO earlier about what I was trying to do here, and if we could close debate with me posing a question to her about is 4.8% and a $17 million gap better than a 3% increase and a $34 million gap?
Yes, it is much better. Thank you very much.
And finally, Mr. Chairman, congratulations on the intelligent community designation. I'm very, very thankful that the committee made their votes before this debate.
Thank you. Record a vote, please, on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On the motion, recorded vote is starting now.
Okay, so that carries. Okay, so now we vote on the main motion as amended? It's done. Okay, so we revert back to the... Okay, so we revert back to the order we were in, Mr. Clerk? Councillor Nicholson?
Thank you. I just want to seek a bit of a clarification. When you come back, is it possible that the staff could show the flow-through reserve account process? As we heard that much of the tax levy that we're putting out there is actually being put into a reserve account and then comes out of the reserve account. So is it possible for our staff to show us how much tax levy we put into reserves this year or in this budget, how much we're projecting to take out next year as part of this budget, so that we at least have the option that if perhaps I want to defer a current capital project that's getting a amount of money into it, I don't have to put it out of the tax levy into the reserve if I'm not expending it next year. I'd like to see us at least have that option on the table so that we can look at that. Secondly, the other question because we only had 5 days, I want to start that, Mr. Chair. Members of council had basically 5 days to really go through a 1,200-page budget. It's very difficult for us, even experienced councillors, to go through a budget and make cuts. That's why you don't see many cuts being brought forward, because we haven't got a chance to divulge the budget. So would it be possible that not only when the staff come back in January, come back with what they recommend for amendments to meet this past motion that carried, but all the items they looked at, so we could say, if we don't like your option, what other options do we have? Like, give us the preferred and the others looked at. Is it possible to do that?
It's not possible to do that by the end of January, Councillor. I think we gave you in the staff report our best advice in terms of what service enhancements we would recommend deferring for 2026. We will go back and look for other opportunities to plug the $17 million gap. But in terms of, this is a large budget. We will not have time to go through it line by line and have a report ready for you by the end of January.
All right. Well, I appreciate that. My concern is, and maybe you can address it, is that you gave us some suggestions on how to bring down the overall. Council decided, no, we won't accept all of those. But we've also just passed a motion to send you back again to look at other options. So can I assume, having council already rejected your previous list of options, that you're going to give us a series of new options beyond that list?
I can't guarantee that, Councillor. We will certainly bring forward some new options, but in all likelihood, if those options are formally and permanently off the table, then we would be looking at draws from the reserves.
I think that's the point I said on Friday, but thank you.
Or a reconsideration. Mr. Clerk, on the items that were defeated, they could be reconsidered, right?
The items that were defeated they could be brought back.
They could be brought back. Yeah. Okay, members of council, there are communication reports. There are three of them. Could we have somebody move all three as directed? Moved by Councillor Brenner, seconded by Mayor Watton. Polls. Mayor Foster?
Yeah, 7.2, please.
7.2 on the remainder. All those in favor? In opposition? Seeing none, that carries. On 7.2, Mayor Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick question. I know certainly with Durham Region non-for-profit, there have been some challenges in getting these agreements in place. Do we have substantive and that's not a criticism, by the way. Do we have substantive agreements? So have the providers been at the table as we have put this together and more or less agree? I know that there's never going to be complete alignment.
Who am I going to? Aaron, go ahead, please.
Thank you, through the chair. So this just provides us with a tool that we can register on title. We do work with each provider individually to tailor our 7.1 agreements to the unique circumstances or needs of each provider because they all are quite different.
So I'll ask it a different way. Are the providers supportive of this? Have we asked them? So I don't want to get into my next nonprofit board meeting and the executive director asked me what the heck I did. We've engaged them and they don't have a problem?
Through the chair, we have not engaged the providers on this specific tool. This is following the current practice. So all of the legacy projects are registered on title. So this is just following the same practice that's been in place.
Great. Okay, thank you.
Okay. On the item? Any other speakers? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Members of council, there are no related reports to delegations. We'll move into committee reports. Finance Administration, we have none. Health and Social Services Committee, we have none. Community Growth and Economic Development Committee, we have none. Works Committee, moved by Mayor Barton. Councilor Mayor Pietri online? Okay. Seconded by Councilor Mayor Pietri that recommendations contained in items 1 to 4, inclusive report number 9 of the Works Committee be adopted. Polls. Mayor Collier.
Like to pull items 2, 3, and 4, please, Chair.
Okay, items 2, 3, and 4. Any other polls? On the remainder, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? In opposition? Seeing none. Mayor Collier, on item 2 in the Works report.
Actually, Chair, if you will oblige, I could deal with 2, 3, and 4 all at the same time. My question is the same. It's all reallocating funding from the Ajax water plant. I'm just looking for some context. Has that project been deferred or reduced in scope?
Commissioner?
Through the chair, no. The 3 projects we have reallocated from an Ajax water supply plant asset management project to, we had done an expansion joint replacement that started about 2 to 3 years ago, and that's where we are drawing from.
Okay, so this is not going to defer or reduce any existing capital project?
No.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Nicholson?
Thank you. Well, I supported this at committee, and I will support it today. I wanted to use it as a highlight of how we budget. We gave money in the past budget to fund the Ajax water plant. Rightly so. Staff, through their good works, were able to do it and get it done at less than they projected, thus creating a surplus. Rather than taking that surplus and sending it back to square one to be included in the budget, and then asking for these projects to be considered in competition with all other projects, we instead have a recommendation that when we save money, we spend it. Didn't have to go through the budget again. Didn't have to go through that approvals process. And this is the problem we have. There are a lot of projects that come in under budget. And I'm very pleased that our staff are able to manage them to do that. But we can't help ourselves. When we save money, we just have to find ways to spend it. Rather than bring it back and say, well, maybe that's $1 million that we didn't have to take out of reserves. And if we really needed that project, then we could fund it and maybe take something else out of the budget. But instead, we get everything that the Works Department asked for in the budget and these 3 projects. So my concern is, as we go through this process of looking how we do things, we have to find a way that when we save money on a project, it's not respent on something else. It has to go through the approvals process. And that doesn't mean just going to committee to ask to spend the money. That means going through a competition with all other expenditures. That's what a budget's called. I can only speak to my own community. When we have a project that's under budget, or we have a surplus, by rule, it goes into a surplus for the next year. We don't respend it. So I'm saying that if we can do this $1 million savings on one project, how much more out there is there that are underspends that could in fact help us deal with the stress of this budget increase? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Barton?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I want to commend staff for this item. This was an item at the Ajax water supply plant. Came in significantly under budget. They found a better way to do it, less expensively. And instead of waiting for an entire budget year and waiting for an issue to get much more expensive, that's some pumps in South Oshawa for another water supply plant that if it fails will cost significantly more money than fixing it while the water levels are low. Our staff were creative. They found a solution. They used that money really effectively without having to wait a whole year to come back to budget and put their entire community of South Oshawa at risk. So thanks to staff for that. Thank you, sir.
Okay. That exhausts the speakers list. Members of council, Mr. Clerk, it's item 2, 3, and 4. I'm going to call the vote for all of them at once. All those in favor of 2, 3, and 4? In opposition? Seeing none, that carries. So, Mr. Clerk, we move on to the recommendations contained in items 1 to 5, inclusive of report number 11 of the committee of the whole. I need a mover and a seconder to get this on the floor, please. Moved by Councillor Nicholson. You're moving it, Brian? Sorry. Push.
Pardon? I'm moving 10-1 through 10-5 inclusive.
Okay, that's what I asked for. Okay, thank you. And I need a seconder, Counselor Wu. Polls. Seeing none, I'll call the vote. All those in favor? In opposition? Seeing none, that carries. Mr. Clerk, we'll move on to our second committee of the whole meeting that took place on December 17th. That the
December 11th and 12th.
December 11th and 12th. Well, we just did that one.
We just did December 10th.
Oh, we just did December 10th, okay. So we're moving on to the recommendations contained in items 1, 3, and 4, inclusive of report number 12 of the committee whole to be adopted. We need mover, moved by Councillor Leahy, need a seconder, Councillor Shahid. Polls. Seeing none, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? In opposition? Seeing none, that carries. Just give me 1 second. Okay, Mr. Clerk, I'll give you these. Okay. All right, so that brings us on to departmental reports. Okay. So first of our departmental point, 10.1. From DRT 21 radio communications. Okay, so Mayor Ash is,
Go to Councillor Nichols.
okay, sorry. Sorry, wait a second, I've got I have a small problem with my tablet here. Okay, go ahead, Councillor Nicholson.
Well, I moved 10-1 through 10-5. Nobody questioned it, and it was voted on.
No, you moved the committee of the whole, items 1 to 5.
Well, if I did, I sure didn't know that. I moved the reports 10-1 to 10-5 and said that very clearly.
Through you, Mr. Chair, at the time we were on item 9.5, the Committee of the Whole report
1
from
to
December
5.
10th, and there are items 1 through 5 in that report.
And that's how I took it, I'm sorry.
All right, no, we can vote a second time, no problem.
Councillor Nicholson, it's Christmas. I will accept you moving all 5 here.
Absolutely.
Okay, seconded by Councillor Ash. Okay, all 5. So.
Excuse me while I check for the knife.
All of the departmental reports and resolutions are on the floor. Polls. Seeing none, Mr. Clerk? I'm calling the vote. All those in favor? In opposition? Seeing none, that carries. That covered the, okay, so we're on notice of motions? There are no notice of motions? Councillor Nicholson?
Yeah, I'm just trying to get clear in my mind the impact on the budget of the referral motion that was just approved by a 15-14 vote. Given that we've now sent it to staff for further information, does that mean that the budget itself is not passed?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that's correct. The recommendations from the Committee of the Whole report were referred back to staff, subject to the directions that were included in the motion, being a 4.8%
So
property tax cap.
when that comes back to council, it is still open to further amendment and further changes based on what information is brought forward from staff. Is that correct?
Yeah. Yes.
So the battle's not over, it's just in the recess. Thank you.
Okay, so, Mr. Clerk, there are no motions, there's no unfinished business. That would bring us to announcements. Members of council, to announcements. Mayor Barton.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I would encourage all of council to head up to Uxbridge for the Fantasy of Lights. This is when our community comes together. A whole bunch of individual families, service clubs, businesses create lighting displays all the way through Elgin Park. It's donation, so it's not all exactly free, but certainly support Councillor Ballinger from back in the day. But again, this is a great way to come together, and while you're in town, I encourage you to visit our downtown. Thank you.
Okay,
At my house. Thanks.
Councillor Chapman?
How do you get to Uxbridge? Two quick ones, Mr. Chair. First one is Friday night is the second home game of from the National Lacrosse League, the Firewolves at the TCC Center, for those who are interested. On a personal note, coldest night of the year will happen next year. The 2026 one will happen on the 28th of February. But the reason I bring it up now is because because we're doing finances all day, if anybody's interested in trying to get some extra tax receipts before the end of December 31, so they can include it in their December or in their 2025 tax thing, you can make a donation. All the money, it goes the refuge, and I think, what's the house up in Uxbridge?
North House?
Yeah, so go to cnoy.org, find your location, whether you want to go to Uxbridge or whether you want to go to Oshawa, pick a team or just a general donation. You can pick Bob Chapman, or the Blue Streak is my team's name, okay?
The Blue Streak?
The Blue Streak, yes, okay? And other than that, I wish everybody a Merry Christmas.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Cook? Councillor Cook, push your button again, please.
Oh my, there we go. Sorry about that. I waited all day to talk and it just didn't happen. Just a quick announcement to share that the Ability Center in Whitby is playing host to the Andre DeGrasse Holiday Sprint Festival. It's fairly unique. It's being brought in participation with the Speed Academy from Pickering. Tony Sharp is one of Pickering's finest to receive a Civic Award last year. And on a personal note, I'm pleased to tell you that I am one of the coaches for Andre DeGrasse Sprint Festival, and it brings together athletes from U16, U18, U21, Special Olympics, and Paralympics to compete in a technical training fun festival. And with that, I appreciate the dialogue and debate today, and wish all of my colleagues a wonderful holiday and a very Merry Christmas. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Shahid?
Thank you so much. Through you, Chair Henry, just wanted to wish everybody Merry Christmas to you and your family, but also January 4th, myself and Councillor Markahi are hosting Skate. I can't skate. I'm going to be making sure that everybody gets hot chocolate, but please join us. It would be fun to see all of you with your skating skills and skates on. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Leahy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And of course, we wish you all happy holidays and Merry Christmas to all. First, two things. First, I would like to invite all members of council to the second annual New Year's levy that Councillor Yamada and I host at the Whitby Columbus Club, downtown Whitby, from 1 to 4 p.m. on Saturday, January 10th. So if you go away for the holidays, we did it later so that you can come out and celebrate some Christmas cheer in the new year. Second thing I wanted to remind members of council for is that you're all cordially invited to the 21st annual Heart to Heart Gala for in support of Catholic Family Services. That is at Deer Creek on February 28th, and look forward to people's support to support the needs of the agency. And Happy New Year. Thank you.
And Mayor Ash, that you're there for bylaws, but just before we do that, I do want to take the opportunity to wish all of you a Merry Christmas. Kathy and I, we celebrate Christmas. If you celebrate it another way, I wish you a great celebration and happy holidays. To our staff who have worked diligently this year to make sure that we've had everything we need to make sure that the region runs, thank you for the unwavering work. Thank you for those who are about to leave for their service. You still have time to change your mind. And to our commissioners and frontline service people out there, thank you. You know, when I mentioned the other day, I was driving home and I passed by 2 broken water mains. Today, you saw an example of what we do with our daycare. Our paramedics and our police officers and the work that they do each and every day, and the people that keep our roads safe and repaired and our traffic lights working, they will be working through the holidays. They'll be working Christmas Day, Christmas Eve. They'll be working New Year's Eve, New Year's Day. If you see somebody out there, take the time to say thank you. Say thank you to our transit operators. And I wish you all just a very excellent 2026. On that note. I think Councillor Neal. Oh, Councillor Neal?
No, I just wanted to pull some bylaws for recorded vote.
We're not there yet.
Well, put my name in there anyways.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I might, thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to also wish everyone compliments of the season and Merry Christmas. On Sunday, Hanukkah is being celebrated in Pickering. We have a free event. I'm really calling on everybody to support our Jewish community. I know we're having events. I know Whitby had theirs the other day. We're having a free event. Councillor Ballinger would be happy to know that there's a free event at the Chestnut Hill Development Complex on Sunday afternoon at 2 o'clock. It'd be great to show our Jewish friends support during these trying times. Similar to Councillor Yamada and Councillor Leahy, the mayor's levy is on January the 10th at noon, also at the Chestnut Hill Rec Center. I know I always see my friend Councillor Wu at that event, so you're all welcome. So, Mr. Chair, if I might, the bylaws are 2025-50 to 2025-55, 60, 65, and 66 be passed.
Okay, Councillor Neal, polls.
Yeah, 14.3 recorded vote, 14.4 recorded vote, 14.5, and 14.6. I guess 1411 is withdrawn or,
Yes.
yeah.
No.
So those 4 recorded vote.
1411 is still in. Okay.
1411 is still,
It's still in, so.
okay, that's in play. Well, let's
Okay.
record a vote on that.
So,
Thank you.
Councillor Neal, I'm going to I'm going to ask the clerk to put them all into one. Instead of,
They're on different subjects, so I think you want to do them as separate.
you want to do them individually? Okay, so there's polls. On the remainder, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay. In opposition? Seeing none, that carries. So we'll record a vote on 14.3, please.
Do you want to link them all together, all those?
Can't do them all together. They're on separate issues.
Right.
I asked the clerk if we could, but.
Apologies for the inconvenience. On 14.3, bylaw number 2025-052, recorded vote is starting now.
I don't even know what it is, but I'm voting for it. I don't even know what it is. I'm voting for it.
Your mic's on.
Oh, that's fine.
And you
It's
went
the
to all-
business plans and budgets for water purposes.
Oh, the water bill.
Looking for Councilors Wu and Maren Pietri online. Second call for Councilor Maren Pietri online. Last call, Councilor Maren Pietri.
Okay, that carries. Mr. Clerk, 14.4.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Record a vote on bylaw 2025-053, 2026 business plans and budgets for sanitary sewage purposes. Recorded vote is starting now.
Sanitary sewage rates.
Just to throw everything in chaos.
It's only 3 o'clock.
Yeah, I know.
That carries. Mr. Clerk, 14.5.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Bylaw 2025-054, bylaw respecting the water supply system in the regional municipality of Durham and the establishment of water rates and water charges. Recorded vote is starting now.
That carries. Mr. Clerk, when you're ready, 14.6.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Bylaw 2025-055, bylaw respecting the water pollution control system and storm sewer system in the regional municipality of Durham and establishment of sewer surcharge rates and sewer charges. Recorded vote is starting now.
Okay, that carries. Final one, Mr. Clerk, 14.11.
My apologies. These are results for 55. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Bylaw 2025-060, a bylaw to establish municipal tax ratios for 2026. Recorded vote is starting now.
Okay, that carries. Mr. Clerk, that is the business for the day. Okay, before we do that, Councillor Kirk.
I was just advised by Ramesh that all those water mains have now been fixed, and I think we owe our staff a huge vote of gratitude for the work they've done to get them done so quickly.
Here, here. Mr. Clerk? We need the confirming bylaw, Mayor Ash.
Thank you. I was going to say, Your Worship, Chair. Moved by myself, second by Mayor Barton. Bylaw number 2025-067, the last one of the year, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the Council of the Regional Municipality of Durham, held at their meeting on the 17th day of December 2025, be passed.
Record a vote on the confirming bylaw by Councillor Nicholson. Mr. Clerk?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Recorded vote on the confirming bylaw is starting now.
That carries. Last would be adjournment, Mr. Clerk. So moved by Councillor Mulcahy, seconded by Councillor Kerr on adjournment. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? In opposition? Seeing none, that carries. Thank you very much, staff, and enjoy the rest of your day.